Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can start now. Thank you very much for joining today to the second Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. Unfortunately, again online and not in person, as we would wish to host this event. This is the second event. We hosted a similar Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit the last year. This is the second event, and our topic today is on recording and reporting for the Sustainable Development Goals. On the occasion of this Sustainability Summit, we will present the first part of our meeting today, the results of the feasibility study for a Black Sea SDGs Observatory, which is a project financed by the Black Sea Project Promotion Facility. And it was developed in collaboration with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. The presentation of the results of this project will be the topic of the first session for today's webinar. And in the second session, it will start in 2.5 hours, we will have a roundtable discussion on recording and reporting the SDGs with an excellent panel of scientists and specialists on this subject. And I would like to thank everyone on behalf of the organizing committee for their time to participate today. Starting today, I will give the floor to Director of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Professor Nicolas. Not sure if he can hear us to say a few words.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Good morning, first of all, and thanks a lot for this invitation to be here for a short speech in the beginning of this very interesting event. And I think that I strongly believe that this event is really very interesting because as I know, the 2021 Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit is important because brings together scientists, local authorities, politicians, entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders to discuss the very significant issue of identifying, monitoring, recording, and reporting the parameters that includes what we mean sustainable development goals. On the other hand, I think that the collaboration between the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation, and the UN SDSN Black Sea, who ran the project feasibility study for a Black Sea SDGs Observatory, will offer to everybody the results which will be really very helpful for increasing these innovating ideas and strategies of the general idea of sustainable development in general. Thank you very much, and I hope that everything is going well today to this scientific event. And additionally, I would like to thanks and to give as a rector our congratulations to the colleagues from our university, Professor Theodosiou, Professor Tsarouchis, and Professor Moussiopoulos, and for sure their teams, scientific teams, for involving in this strategic project and in this event today, where you will present your results. Thank you very much, and good luck to your event.
Thank you, Professor Pavel. Thank you, Rector of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. It's always so supportive to our network, the activities of the network, and it is always focused on the implementation of the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
And additionally, I see that Professor Tsarouchis is in Thessaloniki. He's in Thessaloniki. I see his office, and Grigoris, you are not somewhere in Europe scientifically.
I'm back, and it is a real picture behind me. It's not
yes, the well-known real picture behind you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have with us the Secretary General of BSEC. I'm not sure if he can hear us.
Yes.
Like this?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the image doesn't appear.
I just make you co-host to be able to turn on the camera. So
Yeah.
Perfect.
The microphone, perhaps you have to.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you. It's a great honor to have you here with us, Ambassador. May I just introduce you to the audience? Ambassador Lazar Comanescu is the new Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate you on that and to wish you a very successful term. The Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization has always been very supportive to the SDSN Black Sea in all its activities. So it's a great honor to have you with us, and we will be very happy to hear a few words from you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Theodosiou. Thank you very much for your kind words of congratulations. You were so kind to convey to me. And let me start by say that I'm particularly pleased and honored to participate in this very important meeting, and allow me to begin by expressing my highest appreciation to Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, to the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation, and SDSN Black Sea for the initiative of organizing this Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. As Professor Papagiannou, Rector Papagiannou said earlier on, the summit brings together scientists, local authorities, politicians, entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders to discuss a very important issue of identifying, monitoring, recording, and reporting the parameters that define the progress in the implementation of the SDGs. Therefore, I wish to all of us, participants at this important event, fruitful discussions and tangible results. It is obvious that reaching our collective commitments under the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development requires political leadership and scalable multi-stakeholder action. Governments need to coordinate, to consult, and work across policy areas in an unprecedented way to dramatically accelerate progress. Achieving the 2030 Agenda also demands the effective use of planning, budgeting, procurement, monitoring, and evaluation processes to better align priorities and to enhance transparency and accountability. The 17th SDGs, as integral component of the 2030 agenda, provide cornerstones for international cooperation with the purpose of fostering inclusive growth and progress in all areas of the economic and social life, while at the same time protecting the environment. Allow me to underline that the Permanent International Secretariat of the BSEC, or the PERMIS, as you usually call it, has been doing for some time now. What this PERMIS has been doing, it's best to support the above objectives by including, wherever possible, the item of the SDGs implementation in the agendas of the meetings of all relevant BSEC working groups. This should not come as a surprise, since pursuing sustainable development was the first general guideline for action in the BSEC economic agenda, which was adopted by the BSEC heads of state in their summit of 2012. Over the years, several initiatives were undertaken in the BSEC framework with the aim of fostering cooperation, knowledge sharing, and cross-border work between the 13 member states in key areas related to the implementation of the SDGs. Perhaps one of the most relevant initiatives of the BSEC Permanent International Secretariat was that of placing the funding of the project titled Feasibility Study for a Black Sea SDGs Observatory under the consideration of the Steering Committee of the Black Sea Project Promotion Facility, established with a valuable donation of $1 million by the Russian Federation. This initiative was endorsed, the funding was made available, and today we are just one step away from the completion of the project. To be more precise, the results thereof will be shortly presented during the first session of our today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, no one can deny that in order to achieve the satisfactory implementation of the UN SDGs, regional cooperation is imperative, not only because the SDGs do not distinguish states' borders, but also because the negative impact of their absence in one country certainly affects the situation in neighboring states as well. Being the oldest vehicle for economic cooperation, for understanding and dialogue in the Black Sea region, the BSEC organization depends on the commitment of its 13 member states to convert it all also in the most effective and valuable platform for achieving the urgently needed implementation of the UN SDGs. Therefore, we hope that the results of the implementation of the feasibility study for the Black Sea SDGs Observatory project will be to further the cooperation so far existing in the Black Sea region to the new highs and pave the way for achieving more tangible results to that end. Once again, I wish you all fruitful discussions and productive deliberation. Thank you very much for your attention, Professor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for describing the whole process and the involvement of BSEC in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in the wider area of the Black Sea, in the 13 countries that comprise the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. We understand your commitment and your willingness to help moving forward in this very difficult and very challenging direction of implementing the 2030 agenda. I'm sure that besides our excellent cooperation up to now, I'm sure that even after the completion of the project, we will continue to have your full support, and we will be able to collaborate again in various occasions in the future in our common goal to assist the countries to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for your presence today and for your support. Grigoris, would you like to introduce Alexander?
Yes, thank you. Esteemed Ambassador, General Secretary, dear colleagues, esteemed Director of our university, we have also the honor to have with us Alexander Gorelik, who is the manager of the Black Sea Project Promotion Facility. And given that his contribution for his official responsibilities was and is quite substantial and helpful, I think that it is important to have to hear also his greetings and views for the first workshop and for the process of realizing our project. So, Mr. Gorelik.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Moscow. Thank you, Professor Stavridis, for giving me the floor. Frankly, I was not prepared to make any introduction to your discussion, but to put it simply, I am delighted to join your workshop. And personally, I'm really glad that the efforts of the joint team, the team of two universities, these efforts are paying off. And the fact that we are attending this stock-taking workshop, for me, it's an accomplishment in itself. So I wish your discussion full success. I will be following it closely in the coming hours. Probably I will be putting some questions because the issue of sustainable development, it's the core problem, the core challenge of the humanity. Nowadays, I've been following sustainable development vicissitudes and progress ever since the conference in Rio de Janeiro back in 1991. So I'm sort of a veteran of this journey. Again, full success to your workshop. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Nico, I think that the ambassador wants to take the floor as well.
Please, Ambassador. Please.
We can hear you now. No, you have to.
Now you're muted. Now
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry to intervene once again, but I open now the full screen and I see that among the participants to today's meeting, we have my predecessor and my friend, very good friend, Ambassador Michael Christides, and I simply wanted to add the following. If, as I said earlier on, we consider that here in the BSEC premise, we have done, we had our contribution in terms of the efforts aimed at the implementation of the SDGs. If something has been done here and some important things that were done, I think that it deserves for me, and I feel obliged to say that much of this is we have to give credit for what has been done to Ambassador Christides. That's what I wanted to say, and to use this opportunity to express my thanks to him in this environment as well. Thank you very much, and sorry to disturb the debates. Thank you.
We are all very grateful to Ambassador Christides for his full support. If you would like to say a few words, it would be an honor for us.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I wouldn't take it if Ambassador Romanescu wasn't so kind to name me. I want to thank him for his very kind words, but I just wanted to follow this first part of today's meeting in order to be more accurate during my remarks on the second part, where I'm an actual participant. So I don't want to, let me say, consume more of your time. Let me salute everybody on the panel, especially my dear friend Lazar Romanescu. It's so nice to see him again, even on the cold screen of my computer, and my best wishes to all colleagues in Permis. The floor back to you, Mr. Theodosiou. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Christides. And again, thank you for all your support during your term as Secretary General of BSEC. Now, I think we are ready to start with the first session of today's webinar, which is the actual presentation of the results of the feasibility study for a Black Sea SDGs Observatory. We have mostly colleagues from the Greek team presenting their work today, and of course we will have our colleague Pavel from Moscow to share his thoughts. And just to let you know that we are going to have another webinar. We will give you more information in a while, which will be hosted by the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. And there we will have more extensive presentations from our colleagues from Russia. So we can start. We are just in time. We can start with the first session. And I would like to ask Professor Stroev, who was the project manager of this whole effort, to give us an introduction and some the process that was followed during this the development of the project.
Thank you, Nico. I would be very short. I will be very short, and I will try to introduce you to the most important and interesting presentation that will follow. We started more than a year ago. There has been a delay in the whole progress of the project, majorly because of the difficulties of the current situation globally and also in our region in the frame of the pandemic. The project was realized following a proposal that we submitted together with the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation 2 years ago. And we were able in this proposal to address our main interest in developing a feasibility study, which, as we heard from Ambassador Romanescu and the other prominent guests, the meaning of this feasibility study is exactly to prepare the floor, to prepare the environment in order to get with the real action afterwards to realize the observatory for the Black Sea, for the SDGs in the Black Sea, which is going to be our main efforts together with other colleagues and with your support, among other supports that we can mobilize in the future, in the next future. Moreover, I would like to give you briefly, very short, the main objectives and the main sessions or the main chapters of the feasibility. There are three actually main chapters that we developed. First of all, we wanted to see which is the actual situation in all countries members of BSEC with respect to not so much with respect to the level of how they succeed till now to realize even partly some of the SDGs, but moreover with respect to the methodologies they use and the indicators they use in order to do this job, because this will be afterwards a major information in order to develop as we did in the feasibility study, to develop the proposed model for collecting all the data periodically from the observatory and providing thereby in our reportings a broader but also detailed and continuously adjusting view of the realization of the SDGs in the era. The second and the third part were mostly how to say, a business plan of the functioning, the establishment and the functioning of the observatory. And with this business plan, as it is usually the case, there are majorly two parts which are very important. First of all, the organizational and functional aspects of how the observatory should be structured and which should be the processes and that have to be realized, the procedures with respect to those. And then afterwards, also the second part, which includes the whole financial planning, the whole financial analysis, saying which are the necessary funds, both for the establishment, but also for the future functioning of the observatory and how they could be funded, supported, and covered. So, plus additionally, some other minor but also important parts of the study where we discussed, for instance, which will be the goals and which will be the contribution of the observatory to the policymakers, to the economy, to the society of the participating countries, and additionally an analysis of stakeholders with whom we would be in direct contact following, hopefully, the establishment of the observatory in the very near future. Thank you very much for your time. I think we should go directly to the presentations. Nico, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Grigoris. Thank you for giving us this very useful outline. We will start with the presentations of the parts of the process of the development of this feasibility study with Dr.Eleni Feleki from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. She will give us a brief presentation of the pre-study, the response of the countries of the region of to the SDGs 2030 agenda. Eleni, thank you.
Good morning from my side as well. Thank you for giving the floor, Professor Theodosiou. My name is Eleni Feleki, and my PhD is on urban sustainability and on the frameworks that can feed the strategic decision making. As you said, I'm a member of the task force that has been composed from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in order to undertake this very important and interesting task for the feasibility study for the Black Sea Observatory. And I think that now it is a good occasion to, since I have the floor, to thank deeply for your confidence and for giving me this opportunity to participate in this task. Thank my professor, Professor Moussiopoulos, but also, of course, Professor Stroev, Professor Moussiopoulos. I'm really thankful that you gave me this opportunity, not only because this project is very much aligned with my research interests, but also because I had the opportunity to meet the other members of this task force from Aristotle University, with whom I have never collaborated in the past. It is a multidisciplinary team from other departments of Aristotle University, but we collaborated really smoothly, and I deeply hope that we make it happen for the future as well. Also, it was a great opportunity to collaborate with the colleagues from the Financial University of Russia and from the team. Despite all the difficulties, we really had a very good and smooth collaboration this year. So now I'm going to present you the preliminary study that is part of the feasibility study for the observatory. I need to say that strictly, according to the application form, it was not a part, it was not an obligation, let's say, to hold this preliminary study. According to the application form, we should have started directly with the interviews from the different authorities of the different countries in order to see what is the status in terms of SDGs deployment and which are the authorities and the stakeholders that are involved. However, since we had the problems with the pandemic and it was very difficult to get in touch personally with the different stakeholders, we thought that we should we should exploit this time in order to find secondary resources and see which is the context, what are the countries now doing and which are the relevant authorities. So we decided to hold this preliminary study, and which I'm going to present you right now. So the aim of the study was to provide the first overview of the status, as I said, of the SDGs in each country, and to identify which are the stakeholders, so which are the existing data sources that we should afterwards exploit in our survey. So the countries of focus were Albania, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Georgia, Greece, Moldova, Republic of North Macedonia, Romania, Russian Federation, Serbia, Turkey, and Ukraine. And the data sources that we thought we should visit in order to see which are what's the status of each country and which is the context in terms of authorities that are involved. The main data source was the voluntary national reports. This was a great source that gave us links to see which are the other authorities, which are the other organizations that are now involved, and that we should get in contact with in order to see which are the data that are selected and how they are selected, how they are measured, etc. Very briefly about the voluntary national reports, these aim to facilitate sharing of experiences and include successes, challenges, and lessons learned in each country. They also aim to strengthen policies and to mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And they are imposed, let's say, these reports are from the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in order to encourage member states to align their strategies and their policies with the Sustainable Development Goals. Now I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the status that at the time when we finalized this preliminary study, we saw, we identified. So, for example, in Albania, 134 SDG targets are linked to specific objectives with the National Strategic Framework, which corresponds to 79%. So we saw that Albania had a rather good alignment with the SDG targets nationally. Mostly the country is harmonized with the SDG targets with the goal 3 about good health and well-being, goal 7 affordable and clean energy, goal 8 good jobs and economic growth, goal 9 reflecting industry, innovation and infrastructure, while the least harmonization was found to be with goal 14, life below water. For the country, the key challenges include the establishment of a national vision for the year 2030, identification of policy gaps and acceleration of action in priority areas, prioritization of the SDG in the local context, data availability and reliability, and strengthening of the institutional capacities of all the stakeholders that are included. In Armenia, we found out that there is good progress in certain topics and slower or mixed progress in some other topics. For example, we saw that the country has a rather good progress in terms of health protection, basically on child and maternal health. Also, the country had a good progress on the access to safe and reliable water supply in urban and rural areas, improved sanitation in urban areas, universal access to reliable energy, promotion of renewable energy, and environmental protection in terms of enlargement of protected areas and biodiversity. Whereas the topics that the country needs to accelerate still is related to poverty, as about 30% of the population still lives under the national poverty line. Education, due to the high dropout rate from high school. Gender equality, of course, this is not a privilege only for Armenia. Inefficient use of water, with over 50% loss of irrigation water. Environment, due to deforestation risks, low access to sanitation in rural areas, inefficiencies in governance, and lack of sustainable consumption and production practices. So we can see that the country really needs to accelerate in some topics, which are topics of need of acceleration of even developed countries in the Northern Europe as well. So Armenia had rather good progress, and we were expected these topics that are still in a slower progress. What about Azerbaijan? We saw that the country has nationalized the SDGs as it should, and also prioritized the 17 SDG goals, 18 targets, and 119 indicators. The country works jointly with public institutions and is in consultations also with civil society, business community, youth, and international organizations. So the quadruple helix is well reflected, addressed in Azerbaijan. And also the country has proceeded and has introduced 4 different thematic working groups that are responsible for providing policy advice to decision makers. And these working groups are related, are addressing the pillars of society, economy, environment, and also the country gives emphasis also on the monitoring framework of the progress on these pillars. In Bulgaria, there is progress on the most important indicators related to poverty and inequality reduction, and also to the care of the most vulnerable population in the fields of education, health, and social protection. The country still needs and intends to focus on education, on poverty, on integrated regional development, on better management of the agricultural sector, on natural resources, and on energy security and better transport connectivity. Also in Bulgaria, the country has been committed to achieve the SDGs, not only the national, but also the country tries to localize also the SDGs and to work at the regional level as well. Georgia pays special attention to the increasing of the quality and of accessibility of education and the healthcare and social services. So you see that up to now, most of the countries that we have seen already give a great emphasis on accessibility of education and on healthcare services. In Georgia, significant progress has been underlined in reforming the general education and developing demand-based higher and professional education. Also, it is very important to underline that there is the groundbreaking universal healthcare program introduced that enables full access to healthcare. So the country was focused during the past years mainly on the healthcare sector. In Greece, there are 8 Greek national priorities for the SDGs, encompassing all 17 SDGs. So the country addresses the 17 goals through different 8 national priorities. And these priorities are fostering a competitive and innovative and sustainable economic growth. So this reflects 2 SDGs that are indicated in the parentheses. Also, another axis of the Greek national strategic program is to promote full employment and decent work for all, addressing poverty, social exclusion, providing access to quality healthcare services again, reducing social regional inequalities and ensuring equal opportunities, providing high quality and inclusive education, strengthening the protection and sustainable management of natural capital, transition to a low carbon economy, building effective, accountable, and transparent institutions, and enhancing open, participatory, democratic processes. So the country tries to address all 17 SDGs and is in the process to also identify indicators on how to measure progress through these 8 priorities. In Moldova, the data ecosystem model of Moldova is very well not only working but also reported, and you can see this scheme that we have found when we were trying to see which is the baseline situation in the different countries. So Moldova has rather good tradition with SDGs, as it was one of the first countries to nationalize them in 2016 and then revise them in 2019. Actions were taken at national level to achieve data revolution. Citizens and civil society, although they are already somehow involved, they still need to be more empowered and to be involved in decision-making processes. The number of official statistics data producers should be increased. This was something that was identified through the VNR. And again, education and data literacy are identified by the country as absolutely necessary to enable the development of skills and allow efficient and full use of data. In the case of the Republic of North Macedonia, there are 5 priority goals for the period 2018-2020 based on the government program. And there are 5 pillars that address several different SDGs. So through these pillars are addressing SDG 1 regarding poverty education, SDG 4 addressing quality education, SDG 8 concerning decent work and economic growth, SDG 13 reflecting climate action, SDG 16 peace, justice, and strong institutions. The existing policy framework addresses a number of aspects of sustainable development, and also we need to underline that the rapid integrated assessment conducted in 2019 assessed the alignment of 83% of indicators with the overall agenda, which is again a rather good alignment. In Romania, it is a very active member, of course, and focuses on several SDGs, whereas at this time of the study, in the process of updating, the country was in the process of updating its sustainable development indicator set. We also had the opportunity to arrange a meeting with representatives from Romania, and we saw that the work undertaken there is rather impressive. They are not only they have nationalized SDGs, but also they are monitoring them. They have created a very good structured, well-structured monitoring framework for the indicators. So we had a very collaborative discussion with colleagues from Romania. Also, the country is aligned with the upcoming National Sustainable Development Strategy and has also introduced an action plan. The Russian Federation submitted the first voluntary report on the implementation of the agenda in 2020. Tangible progress on each individual SDG has been reported, and among the most successful are SDG 1, poverty eradication, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. There are a lot of indicators that are aligned with the SDGs, and you are going to see which of these are in the next presentation. In Serbia, there is an open platform. What impressed us was that we found an SDG for all open platform, and the country has established 6 strategic pathways. First of all, to connect, collaborate, and integrate Serbia in Europe and the world, achieve a faster, inclusive, and sustainable growth based on economic, scientific, and innovation resources, renders efficient and effective public services, promote human rights and security, promote education, and also proceed with transformative digitalization. Turkey published the second VNR report in 2019. Several SDGs stand out as goals towards which significant progress has been achieved. However, it is required to accelerate efforts and address remaining gaps. In any case, the country has already assigned responsibilities for 2018 SDG indicators to different ministries. So there is already a good monitoring of the indicators that the country has introduced, and these are not a lot of indicators that will show the progress of the country in terms of sustainability and the goals of set by the United Nations. In Ukraine, the country published the VNR in 2020. So there are national SDGs composed by 86 national targets and 183 monitoring indicators. As in the case of other countries, also in the case of Ukraine, we have thematic work expert groups that are addressing 4 different areas. In the case of Serbia, we had economy, environment, society, and monitoring. And now we have economy, environment, society, and institutional, which is considered as a cross-cutting, let's say, pillar that is addressing SDG 5, 11, 16, and 17. Of course, it is difficult to summarize in the presentation today the whole effort in this preliminary study, but what we saw, so we just made a very rough selection of what we should depict. That would also be linked with the other presentations that we follow from the other colleagues of the task force. But some general observations, we saw that all the countries had already nationalized the SDGs, so they know what they want to monitor, and they have also introduced a methodology to monitor the indicators. There is an active role of the national statistic authorities and also of other stakeholders like ministries and in some cases also municipalities. And finally, the approach is participatory. All the countries follow a participatory and integrated approach in collaboration with other sectorial and cross-sectorial departments at country level. We think that it was a really useful stage for the needs of the feasibility study, as we really fed very well the other stages that Professor Stroev summarized in the beginning and that we are going to hear in the next presentation from the colleagues. What I should underline with closing is that some of the information, some of the data that you have already seen in the previous slides might already be a little bit outdated, because this preliminary study was based on the VNRs, which were so we were based on the last version of the VNR, of course, and but not only on the VNR. As I said in the beginning, we also explored the links that were in the VNR in order to see what is the current status, but still, this is a profile, this is an X-ray, let's say, of the status of these countries at the time when we finalized the preliminary study. So I had the opportunity to present you briefly and summarize the results, and I'm very eager to listen to the other presentations. I have to just say that all the members of the task force we worked horizontally in all the aspects of the study and in all the chapters, let's say, and we've tried to fulfill through our disciplines all the different needs of this study. But for the needs of the presentation today, I wanted to present you the preliminary study. So, Professor Theodosiou, the floor, I guess, should be back to you to continue with the next presentations.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you very much. That was very, very useful, and I hope that the audience understood the approach that we used in order to develop the pre-study, first step of the study. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Pavel Stroev from the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. He will present the financial aspects of the establishment.
So
and of the operation
I
of
send
the...
my driver to take it from you. Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Ambassador. Pavel, the floor is yours. And just a quick mention to everyone. I think it would be better if we could hear all the presentations so that the audience can understand the whole aspects of the project, and then we will be able to take a few questions or clarifications if needed.
Hello all. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can, Pavel. Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. One moment, please. Just one moment.
Now we lost your presentation.
Yes, I know I can to return it.
Okay, this is better.
Okay. Okay, now I'm ready. So I'm glad to welcome all the participants of the summit. Despite of the difficult situation with the pandemic of COVID, we, with our Greek colleagues, done a great and significant work to prepare for the creation of the observatory for monitor the SDGs in the countries of Black Sea region. I think that the achievement of the SDG today is becoming an increasingly important agenda for international development and cooperation and between all countries. We are firmly convinced and that our joint work will contribute to a better understanding of our countries of the Black Sea region and additional stimulus to the development of the social sphere and investments in our countries. Financial University will prepare the financial aspects of the observatory, and I want to present it for you. At first part, I want to present your concept of the observatory and its structure. The following composition of observatory space has been designed. It's analytical center with 20 modern workplaces, press center, up to 40 delegates, a large and small conference room with 16 working place, lounge zone, several toilet facilities and halls. The total area of the observatory, considering common premises, is around 400 square meters. All working rooms are equipped with multimedia systems, video walls, lighting control systems, and so on. The analytical center is the main, this one, is the main place for the work of analytics. It includes places for a specialist for each individual countries, as well as for other specialists whose tasks and related to the research activities of the observatory. The center is equipped with a video wall for displaying actual data on countries. Working computers are connected to the observatory database to collect and replenish information arrays. Then it's press center, the first number. A zone for holding events with the involvement of representatives of the BSEC countries, the media, as well as the expert communities. The second one, the large conference room, this one is a zone for holding meetings of the heads of the observatory departments, meetings with scientific and business partners, as well as for events using video conference and protocol events. The room also is equipped with a video screen for displaying presentation and reports. Then small conference room, this one. An area for working meetings for observatory employees, meeting with business partners, as well as for holding events using video conference. The room is also equipped with a video screen for displaying presentations and reports, and as well as displaying analytical information obtained from the observatory. So this room can also be used as an additional working area for scientist personnel of the observatory. The next main part of the observatory is database model and the specific of working with database. On this picture, you can see the conceptual model of the observatory's monitoring system. Its main objective is firstly to collect data from sites open for this challenge by countries, and secondly, to store and provide users with information on the development indicators of countries included in the system. And thirdly, compare with global development indicators monitored by the United Nations in the Sustainable Development Program. And fourthly, provide various types of the reporting, both statistics and dynamics for different users. We suggest to use database with three main modules. The first module is data storage module, which contains all data for all key figures for each country. The second module, data processing module, which contains algorithms and the result of processing the original data. And the third, the main module, prediction module, which contains forecasting methods and results. So this one, let us do some results about the financial specific of the observatory. The next, the project of the Black Sea Observatory for monitor the sustainability development goals of the region includes two phases of development, A and B. The initiation of this phase is to ensure the gradual development of the functional structure of the observatory and the optimization of their work. In accordance with these two phases, the appropriate size of the staff is assumed. The initial total staff of the observatory will consist of 10 people. So this. As can be seen from the graphs, in turn from the fourth year of operation, the total number of employees should increase to 39 people due to the expansion of the staff of scientific employees by 6 times, from 4 to 24 people. The total amount of capital investment required to ensure and maintain all the functional capabilities of the Black Sea Observatory of the Black Sea region is 4,839,000 euros. The main item in the investment plan is the cost of equipment. The observatory with furniture and IT equipment in the amount of 2,335,000 euros. It's about 49% of the total capital investment. This is followed by the costs of the creation of an information and analytical system. It's about 1,030,000 euros. And land engineering system, it's about 860,000 euros. Such a distribution of the investment will ensure the omnidirectional and stable operation of the observatory through the entire planning period. It follows from the graphs that the main items of income will be income from the provision of consulting services. It's about 42% during the forecast period, as well as an income from contracts for research with the private sectors. It's about 36%. Over time, it's planned to gradually increase the share of income from the implementation of educational programs with the observatory from 10 to 20%, which corresponds to the general vector of the observatory's development and popularization of its activities. In turn, the item of income from the implementation of educational activities, including the sale of printed materials, it's about 13% of all income for the year, is intended to ensure additional stability of revenue side of the observatory's budget. Taking into account the main directions and activities, as well as the volume of expenses for the observatory, the annual income is planned at the following level, with the framework of phase A about 125 to 306,000 euros, and this phase B 1,318,000 to 1,465,000 euros. In the course of the project, we develop an, as I said, a financial model for the observatory. On this slide, you can see the result of this work, a graph of the dynamic of the cumulative net balance of the observatory. Taking into account the cumulative effect of budget balances as well as capital investments, it will take about 19 years to achieve full profitability for the observatory. At the same time, the budget surplus of the observatory will be achieved already in the fifth year of operation, which will ensure the operation of the center without using additional sources of funding. The total amount of capital investment required to provide and maintain all the functional capabilities of the observatory is 4,839,000 euros. We also analyze the possibility of using borrowed capital to create the observatory. For this, the indicators of net present value, NPV, and internal rate of return, IRR, were calculated in accordance with the planned indicators of income and expenses of the observatory during the forecast period. The obtained net present values are positive at a capital cost rate of 0% to 2.25% per annum. Accordingly, the observatory will be able to make a profit for 20 years, provided that capital investments are provided at no more than this percent. Provided that no more borrowed capital is used, if capital cost rate about 0%, the net present value of the observatory in a 20-year period will be around 2,200,000 euros. Achievement of these indicators can be ensured by financial the project through grants, investments without cost of capital, government programs, and so on. This is also important because the observatory is primarily act as a non-profit organization. So this is the main aspects about the financial model which I want to present you. Of course, we now still discussing different types of financial aspects, and to make function of observatories more effective and more profitable in long term. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Stroev, for the very comprehensive presentation. This is our dream. This is what we think that must be implemented in order to establish a very successful and operation of the SDGs Observatory in the Black Sea area. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Charis Stavridis, the manager of the SDSN Black Sea, to give us an outline of the worldwide reporting and monitoring of the SDGs. Charis?
Hello, thank you, Professor Theodosiou, for the floor, and thank you everybody for trusting me in this scientific group. Let me share my screen. There I am. So do you all view my screen?
Yes, we can. If you can have the presentation mode. Okay. Yes, perfect.
So let me just briefly introduce, for those who don't know, the Sustainable Development Goals. It all started in the UN Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio de Janeiro in 2012 to meet the urgent environmental, political, and economic challenges our world faces. Sustainable Development Goals came after the Millennium Development Goals, who specifically targeted poverty, hunger, deadly diseases, and primary education. As we all know, sustainability is based upon three pillars: environment, society, and economy. So the Millennium Development Goals were specifically focused on issues that are faced by society, not on issues faced by environment and economy. And although they were successful, they couldn't cover the majority of the issues that our world faces. So 193 countries in 2015 adopted the SDGs after signing the agenda in 2030. The Agenda 2030 is people-centered, universal, transformative, and integrated, and it calls for action by all countries for all people in 5 areas of importance: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. What does that mean? That we've got 17 sustainable development goals, each one targets in a specific area. For instance, we've got no poverty, we've got zero hunger, we've got reduced inequalities, life on land, life below water, climate action, and each goal is interconnected with the others. So we might be talking for a certain one goal, which is sustainability. What does interconnection mean? That we cannot talk about climate change without considering life on land. We cannot talk about affordable and clean energy without thinking the life below water, decent work and economic growth, etc. Actually, what I'm saying was proved and is being proven every day by researchers. On the left, we can see a graph from the International Council for Science, which proved that the most synergistic SDGs are zero hunger, good health and well-being, affordable and clean energy, and life below water, among else. While on the right side, we see a graph which was published in a journal, in a paper, analyzing interactions among sustainable development goals with integrated assessment models by the team of Elfan Soest in 2019, which shows that there are interactions between 17 goals. This is also proven by the reporting made by international organizations. Each year, the United Nations publishes the Sustainable Development Goals report. The European Union, through Eurostat, publishes its own report, the Sustainable Development in the European Union, which monitors the progress towards the SDGs in an EU context, while the Sustainable Development Solutions Networks publish the Sustainable Development Report, SDR, which is a pretty interesting report because it ranks the countries according to their progress made in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and provides an interactive map and data. Let's just dive in there and see the importance of data monitoring and what's happening in our region. For instance, for each country, there is a country profile. We've got Albania, we've got the overall performance of the country, the average performance by SDG, and as you can see, the trends that SDG implementation is following. For instance, we've got for Albania that the SDG of quality education and climate action is considered achieved, although of course that it is achieved does not mean that there is no there are no actions needed to be taken for better climate action. While other challenges remain in other SDGs, such as decent work and economic growth, etc. Let us focus on the country score, which is 71. I'm going to run through the countries belonging to the report that Eleni and Dr. Pavel mentioned. Let's just focus on the country scores. We've got Albania, which is 71, and it ranks as 64 among the 165 countries that were ranked in the latest SDR report. We've got Armenia, 71.8. We've got Azerbaijan, 72.4. Bulgaria, 73.8. Georgia, 72.2. Greece, 75.4. Moldova, 73.7. North Macedonia, 72.5, Romania, 75. As Eleni said, Romania is a great country and can act as an example to be followed by the rest regarding sustainability and the implementation of sustainable development goals. Russia, 73.8, Serbia, 75.6, Turkey, 70.4, Ukraine, 75.5, and then we've got the interactive map. As we can see, all the countries were ranked, all the countries' scores were between 70 and 75. So we can see that the overall performance of those countries is pretty much the same. If we focus in this area, as you can see in the legend, our area of interest is actually blue. So we are almost the same. Let's see how we rank and what's the performance of every country according to its SDG. For instance, we've got SDG 1. As you can see in the legend, SDG achieved is marked with green color. Challenges remain yellow. Significant challenges remain orange. Major challenges remain red. Okay, in no poverty, we can see that there are some challenges, but we're kind of okay and stabilized. But then we've got zero hunger, we're full orange. We've got good health and well-being, full orange again. We've got quality education, orange, yellow, red. We've got all colors, but that doesn't, that's not very calming, because there are challenges in this area and we need to focus on how we could implement better policies. Gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure. Again, it's orange and red. Reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water. We're talking about Black Sea here, so everything is red. Okay. Life on land, again, which is an alarming, because we know that Black Sea has a really sensitive ecosystem and we should protect it if we seek growth in that sector. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, and again, partnership for the goals. So from what we've seen is that there is an eminent need for action, and that we don't have many countries that have already achieved the SDGs. And we don't have an image that we can say, okay, we're done for 2030, so we can do something else and just focus on other areas. There is an eminent need for action. And this need is even bigger because there is a data gap. The Statistics Division of the United Nations published, along with the report, the article Investing in Data to Save Lives and Build Back Better. This says that big data gaps still exist in all areas of the SDGs in terms of geographic coverage, timeliness, and the level of disaggregation required. An analysis of the indicators in the global SDG indicators database reveals that for 5 of the 17 goals, fewer than half of the 193 countries or areas have internationally comparable data. Let me show you this graph, which is the proportion of countries of areas with availability data by goal percentage. So this graph shows that, for instance, goal 13, which is climate action, has the lowest proportion of countries with available data. We don't have enough data. And this is shown in this graph too, which shows the most recent year available in weighted average by indicator by goal. That means that we don't have data and we don't have recent data. So this is a very important issue for us. There is a gap, and without fighting this gap, without fighting this eminent need for data and data collection, data monitoring, we cannot have the whole image, and we cannot have the whole spectrum of talking about sustainable development goals, sustainability, and progress towards its implementation. So, concluding, SDGs are interconnected, meaning that we need to have a systemic approach. That means that we need to zoom out and see the whole picture and not just focus on a certain area, on a certain nation, or on a certain region. Countries within the Black Sea area rank similarly regarding the implementation of the SDGs. That means that common actions can be taken to achieve sustainability, and that data collection monitoring is crucial for SDG implementation, meaning that any improvement made in this field will accelerate SDG implementation. I'll leave the floor to my colleagues to further elaborate from what we've done in this research. But I want you to keep two things: that to achieve sustainability, we need to zoom out and see the whole region, and that our countries of our focus area rank similarly, meaning that we need to create synergies and we need to find to make many steps forward in order to reach the goals set by Agenda 2030 for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Charis. I think the image of all these red indicators was alarming, and we really need to take action in order to reverse this situation, because we will not be able to achieve the goals that we set by following the timeline of the Agenda 2030 agreement. Now, just to interpret how these maps were created and what they actually mean, our colleague Sotiris Tsarouchis will present us the use of the Sustainable Development Goals indicators in the countries of the Black Sea. Sotiris?
Thank you, Professor Theodosiou. Now on, we will try to investigate the different indicators. Let me first share my screen. So can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As you can see here, we say that we will investigate the SDG indicators, and more specifically, we have an overview of the indicators in general. The global indicator framework, as you can see, for Sustainable Development Goals was developed by the interagency and expert group on SDG indicators and agreed upon the 48th session of the United Nations Statistical Commission, and it was held on March of 2017. The Global Indicator Framework was later adopted by the General Assembly on 6 July of 2017 also. So moving on, we can see that the indicator framework will be refined annually and reviewed comprehensively by the Statistical Commission. And all of these changes can be reviewed in two sessions. The first one is on March 2020, and the second one is on is held on 2025. In general, the global indicators are 231 in number. There are 231 unique indicators, but they also we have to say that there are also 12 more of them that there are not only in one indicator, there are in many more goals. So the total number is 247. So as you can see, I'll try to go in each country, and in the left side of our screen, we can see all the goals and the percentages of the United Nations goals that each country reaches. And for each country, I'll try to give a small example of two of the goals and the indicators they track in each goal. Mostly, I'll try to do the goals with the most percentages, but in order to cover all the goals, I'll try to do some with less percentage. So in Albania, as we can see, there are some goals that we have above half of the United Nations indicators that can be monitored. As you can see, it is the 15 and the 14 with the highest percentages here, and the 13 one doesn't have any of reporting from Albania. Specifically on 14, life below water, Albania track the index of coastal eutrophication and the floating plastic debris density, also the coverage of protected areas in relation to marine areas, and two other indicators. On the 15th, it covers the indicator 15.1.1, which is the forest area as a proportion of total land area, the proportion of important sites for terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity that are covered by protected areas by ecosystem type. Also coverage by protected areas of important sites for mountain biodiversity. And as you can see, there are also many more that can be tracked from Albania. Moving on to Armenia, we have some better percentages here, and specifically on the 3rd and the 9th goal. And as you can see in this specific table, we also have in the right panel of the table that it has some more indicators. Armenia has more indicators except the United Nations indicators. There are national indicators that they track, so they enhance some way their percentages there with the tracking of that indicators. So more specifically on the 3rd goal, we have maternal mortality ratio, under 5 mortality rate, neonatal mortality rate, and as you can see, there are also 19 additional indicators on Armenia. On the 9th goal, we have the passenger and freight volumes by the mode of transport, the manufacturing value added as a proportion of GDP and per capita, the code O2 emission per unit of value added, and 3 more indicators. Then we have Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has good quality of indicators on the 3rd goal, on the 9th goal, and on the 17th goal. As you can see, the color help us understand which is above the middle of the United Nations indicators in its goal. And when you see more red colors here, they are not in a good shape for that countries. So more specifically on the Azerbaijan, we have on the 9th goal, which is the industry, innovation and infrastructure, we have proportion of small-scale industries in total industry value added, researches per million inhabitants, proportion of population covered by a mobile network by technology. And on the 17th, we have the total government revenue as a proportion of GDP by source, the volume of remittances as proportion of total GDP, and the debt service as a proportion of exports of goods and services. There are also many more on the 17th that can also be tracked from Azerbaijan. Moving on to Bulgaria, we have, as you can see, not so big percentages on the indicators here, but specifically on the 10th reducing inequalities. We have financial soundness indicators. We have the number of countries that have implemented well-managed migration policies. We have the number of people who died or disappeared in the process of migration towards an international destination. And in the 15th one, we had the number of countries that have adopted legislative, administrative, and policy frameworks to ensure fair and equality sharing of benefits, and also proportion of countries adopting the relevant national legislation and adequately resourcing the prevention of control of invasive alien species. Moving on to Georgia. Here we have a lot of more green, let's say, indicators. They track a lot of indicators in many of our goals. And more specifically, in the second, the zero hunger, there is the prevalence of malnutrition, the prevalence of stunting, and also the volume of production per labor unit by classes. There are also more indicators here, while in the quality education, they have promotion of children and young people in grades 2.3 and the end of primary. There are, as you can see, many more here in that indicator. We have also the proportion of children under 5 years of age who are developmentally on track in health, learning, and psychosocial well-being by sex. We have participation rate in organized learning, and many more on the quality education here. Moving on, we go to Greece. As you can see here, also we don't have so good results, but on the 5th goal, we track the promotion of seats held by women in national parliaments and local governments. We have the proportion of women in managerial position. We have the number of countries which lost women aged 15 to 49 years old access to sexual and reproductive health care, and so on. While on 10th, the reduced inequalities, we have the financial soundness indicators, the number of countries that have implemented the well-managed migration policies, as well as the number of people who died or disappeared in the process of migration towards the international destination. Moving on, we go to Moldova. Moldova has a lot of good number of indicators in some of their goals, and also they have some additional indicators which they track in the national level. If we go to the no poverty goal, we can see that they collect the proportion of population living below the national poverty line by sex and age, the proportion of men and women and children of all ages living in poverty, and many more indicators. While on the peace, justice, and strong institutions goal, they track the number of victims of intentional homicide per 100,000 population by sex and age, the conflict-related deaths by population again, the proportion of population that feels safe walking alone around the area, and as you can see, there are also many more indicators here. We move on to the north, to the Republic of North Macedonia, where we can see that there are not many goals that have above half of the indicators collected. But specifically for zero hunger, they collect the number of plant and animal genetic resources for food, the indicator of food prices anomalies, and on the gender equality, the proportion of women aged 20 to 24 years who were married or in a union before age 15 and before age 18, the proportion of women in managerial positions, as well as the rest of the indicators shown here on that slide. Moving on, we can go to Romania. Romania have some indicators in a good shape and some not in a good shape. In the third goal called health and well-being, they have tracked the goal 3.2.0, which is the under 5 mortality rate, the number of people requiring interventions against neglected tropical diseases, and the international health regulations capacity and health emergencies preparedness. So on the sixth one, Romania collect the proportion of wasted water safely treated, the degree of integrated water resources management implementation, as well as the rest of the indicators here. We go to the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation, as you can see, collects a lot of indicators and many more in the national level. And specifically on the eighth goal, we have the indicator with the annual growth rate of real GDP per capita, the annual growth rate of the real GDP per employed person, the average hourly earning of female and male employees by occupation, age, person, and persons with disability. And they track also 3 additional indicators in that goal. On the 17th, we have these 2 goals, and except these, we have also 2 additional indicators from their national reporting. Moving on, we go to Serbia. In Serbia, we can see that in the 11th goal, they track the number of deaths, missing person, and persons affected by disaster per 100,000 people, the direct disaster economic loss in relation of global GDP, and also 12 more additional indicators. Lastly, on the 13th goal, they track the number of deaths, missing person, and person affected by disaster by 100,000 people, and also 5 additional local indicators. We move on to Turkey, which collect the completion rate by education level checks, the participation rate of youth and adults in formal and non-formal education and training in the previous 12 months. And on the affordable and clean energy goal, they collect the proportion of population with access to electricity, the renewable energy share, and the energy intensity measured in terms of primary energy of GDP. Also, they collect 6 additional indicators in their country level. Lastly, there is Ukraine. We can see that in the no poverty goal, they collect the direct disaster economic loss in relation to global gross domestic product. They collect the number of countries with national and local disaster risk reduction strategies, and so on. And lastly, on the 12th goal, we can see the number of companies publishing sustainability reports, the number of sustainable tourism strategies or policies. And I think that concludes all the countries in our region and all the goals. We have covered all the goals during that countries. So moving on here, we have a summary of all the tables I showed you on the previous slides in each country. And the color here give us an example and a good optical representation of which are in a good shape and which are not in a good shape. As you can see, in the 13th goal, there are not that good in any of our countries, but there are some goals that are better, and they are tracked a lot of indicators there. Moving on, we can see the summary of the SDG indicators, and as you can see here, there are a lot of there are the standard deviation, let's say, of all the countries we have summed up. So the average level of standard deviation is at the level of 15th for all the countries, which indicates a predominant identity in the sets of the core of SDGs that are calculated by countries. The standard deviation shows that the countries are aligned in some of the SDGs, and specifically on the 3rd SDG, which is the good health and well-being, on the 4th SDG, which is the quality education, and the 8th SDG, which is the decent work and economic growth, as well as the 16th, which is the peace, justice, and strong institutions. Going on, in conclusion, the exact number of implemented UN indicators is depicted here for each country. We can see that here Georgia, Turkey, and Moldova. It is used. Has the most indicators in our region. While here we can see which countries they do not have. They do not use the UN indicators and report in their reports of the SDGs. At the same time, we have, as we have already seen, some countries use different indicators in the local, in their local and national perspective. And for example, the indicator declared by the United Nations implies the calculation of data disaggregated by sex, age, and person with disabilities. While in turn, a similar indicator can be calculated by one of the countries only by sex. So they declare that as a different national indicator. Armenia has the smallest share of UN indicators, as you can see here, that are not counted, but it has a lot of national indicators. As we can see, there are significant deviations between the reporting patterns by each country, not only when it comes to the indicators promoted by the United Nations, but also when it comes to the national promoted indicators. So the role of the observatory can be particularly important since it can contribute towards the mitigation of those reporting deviation patterns. So moving on, I think Alexandros can give us the structure of the observatory that we have planned.
Thank you, Sotiris. I think that was very interesting, and I'm not sure that all those who joined us today are familiar with this with indicators and the extent that of the indicators and how precise or how descriptive they are. That was very interesting. And as Sotiris said, Dr. Alexandros Sikalidis will give us an outline of the organizational structure and the functions of the SDG Observatory for the Black Sea. Alexandros, are you with us? Yes.
Yes, of course. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, that's a relief. First of all, just give me a second now. Seems okay. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a proposed organizational structure for the end functions as well and procedures of the observatory. Just an overview of this presentation. So this section aims to describe a potential administrative structure and the relevant procedures which have as the main purpose to enhance the purpose, the functions and the efficiency of the Black Sea Sustainable Development Goals Observatory. The purpose of the observatory, as already described by my colleagues, is to promote a sustainable development. So effectively, we're talking about a development which doesn't only include the financial perspective, but the environmental, social, and governance aspect as well. So there is clearly a view that not only for the non-profitable, but also for the profitable organizations, that development now has to take into consideration the ESG criteria, as we are talking about, and we'll also talk a little bit about this later. So the observatory is expected to bring together people as well as organizations which probably would very rarely meet, and they have different backgrounds. A good example is the task force, which is actually presenting the results of this study. So different universities from different countries and people from different backgrounds, engineers, people like me with a background in accounting and finance. So the idea is that the best practices and from different disciplines and through this cooperation and discussion, exchange of views, is going to enhance cooperation with bodies from both national level region. The proposed structure, even if it looks initially a little bit intimidating, it's actually not. The rationale is very, very simple. So it's similar with other examples of institutions with similar institutions as well as corporations. So we have the board of directors, the governing board, as normally is described in a corporate structure. Then we have the general director just below that, which is, it could be considered as a CEO, chief executive officer, and a corporation, who is supported by the unit of management and support. We'll explain briefly about the functions of each square here. And then we have three different directorates. The first is the Directorate of Policy Analysis, Strategic Planning. So on the one hand, we have to be able to understand what kind of policies, where we are in terms of policies and strategies in the Black Sea region. But then again, we have to be able to analyze where we are, what the gaps are, and how could we contribute towards the fixing of the gaps. Okay, so one directorate is related, its operations are going to be related to the policy analysis and strategic planning. The second directorate is the Directorate of Research, with its subunits, which we'll discuss later on in more detail. So the idea is that in order to be able to make some proposals and being able to analyze where we are, we have to perform some academic research. Okay, so scientific research, which is going to analyze with particular methodologies where we are, what the gaps are, and see whether there are improve the methodologies potentially even to for the performance of the analysis, but also to make some inferences about let's say future ideas and future policies. So we also need academic research for that, and the third main directorate is about the awareness raising and competency building. So we're talking about making people know about how they can improve the performance of the organizations, of corporations potentially, but also not only let them know, but also potentially training them as well. It's not only a view that clearly, even in the corporate world, things are changing. So it's not only about the shareholders' view, like the companies, for example, are responsible toward the shareholders, but also towards the stakeholders. So everyone who is related to the company as a whole. It's an organization where a lot of different, let's say, different groups have a stake on the company, and it has actually proven through academic and scientific research that companies which they perform better in the ESG criteria, they also have a higher financial performance in the long run. Okay, it's a long run gain here. So if we want to be a little bit more specific about the functions as well, so initially the board of directors, they are responsible for selecting the CEO, the general director of the observatory, and the directors of each directorate that we have briefly described in the previous slide. They also have to oversee general directors and the director's performance. make sure that the succession planning process is going to run smoothly when it comes to the succession of the general directors and the general directors and the directorate's directors. Succession is going to take place. Set the vision and the mission and the vision of the observatory. Okay, so each organization will very well know that it should have, let's say, a strategic goal, a purpose. So this should be set by the board of directors, and then the relevant levels below the board of directors, from the general director to researchers and people who are on the administrative support. They should all work towards the achievement of these goals from their own place, from their own part, and set the observatory's culture as well. Align the observatory's values with incentives. Okay, so practically there should be a link between performance and serving of the goals of the organization with how people are evaluated, and evaluate the observatory's culture periodically. As we said, they in point 2, they have to approve the observatory strategy and monitoring its implementation. So they have to set the strategy, they have to set the goal, the vision, and see how this is implemented. Okay, periodically, but from day to day, periodically. Okay, day to day, the running of the observatory is mostly a task performed by the general director, monitoring the management team. Which means effectively monitoring the risk management procedures. So how the general director and the directors of the directorates manage potential risks. Okay, so deviations effectively from the course towards the achievement of the main goals of the observatory, and overseeing the integrity of the organization's financial statements, which is clearly a significant aspect of the organizational governance, institutional governance. So the criteria for the people who should be part of the board of directors, and we have put some more emphasis here, since it's like the vision and the goal is very, very fundamental for the success of the observatory. We're talking about people who should have a specialized knowledge. So we're talking about education that they have, which is relevant to sustainable growth and sustainable development goals. In particular, relevant professional experience. They're clearly successful professionals, and they could have a potentially extensive network. For example, they work for the government, the national organizations, academic institutions, which is clearly very, very important when it comes to the awareness raising and of the operations of the observatory on the one hand, but on the other hand as well on the awareness raising of sustainable growth in general. And of course, as every board of directors, if there's a need to be successful, it has clearly, academic research as well has proven that diversity in the board of directors is very, very important in terms of discipline, experience, gender, etc. Okay. Now, when it comes to the general director, and we actually look at this combination with the unit of management and support. So the general director is responsible to the everyday or from day-to-day running of the observatory and its operations. So he or she has to communicate on behalf of the observatory with stakeholders, which could be government agencies of the Black Sea area and the public, local authorities, etc., leading the evolution of the observatory's short-term and long-term planning. So from his or her own perspective, he or she can also promote certain ideas for planning to the board of directors and how the observatory can probably better operate and be more efficient. Design and implementing the observatory's visions and operation, he or she has to contribute as well in this task, and evaluate also the performance of the executive directors of the relevant directorates, sustain an understanding of the growth opportunities of the observatory and sustainability development requirements of the Black Sea area. Make sure that we are talking about sustainable development in general, but of course, observatory is an institution by itself, so social responsibility in its own, let's say, premises in its own, the observatory has to make sure that it's going to maintain high levels of this aspect as well. Manage potential risks when it comes to observatory and its operations, and also framing strategic goals, and define them as well, and make them as much as possible measurable as well as describable. One of the very fundamental, let's say, aspects of management is to be able to measure something. So if you want to manage something, clearly you have to be able to manage something, clearly you have to be able to measure it. So the goals and strategic goals clearly have to be measurable and describable. So in these tasks, the unit of management support is clearly going to provide administrative support to the general director. So we're talking about responding to phone calls and emails, prepare reports, summary reports for the general director, schedule appointments, meetings, maintain expense records, arrange office supplies, but also potentially inform the research directorate about potential fundraising opportunities. Now, the Directorate of Research is the directorate responsible for performing academic research in order to develop ideas and mechanisms to create integrated sustainable development, collect data to, let's say, first of all, make sure that we actually know where we are in terms of sustainable growth actions, activities in the Black Sea area in general. And then contribute studies and analytical inputs to review stage progress based on sustainable development goals. So this is part of the observatory's role as trying to observe and record where we actually are, the different regions, the different states, different cities potentially. Undertake reviews and baseline studies to report sustainable development challenges. So if there are any gaps or if there are any potential challenges in which nations or states or local authorities should put more emphasis on, more focus on, that could be highlighted potentially by the observatory's Directorate of Research based on academic research already undertaken. Generate the Sustainable Development Report, which aims to strengthen the science policy interface, and seek also fundraising opportunities for the observatory and for the countries of the Black Sea area. So the units proposed are the unit of periodic integrated socioeconomic and environmental sustainability reports, the unit of climate action, resource efficiency and related societal challenges, and the unit of corporate social responsibility and sustainability. I'm pretty sure that you are probably already tired, so I'm not trying to go so much into detail on this. but I first trying to give you the gist of these section main takeaways. So the unit of periodic integrated socioeconomic environmental sustainability reports will be responsible for the preparation of regular reports, which have as a main purpose to evaluate the performance of the Black Sea area regarding the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the idea is to prepare some reports which are going to monitor the progress in terms of sustainable development goals for potentially cities, for regions of the Black Sea, or for states, nations as well. So the benefit of that is that, as we said, if we want to really manage something, we have to be able to measure it. So as long as we know where we stand, we can actually see what are the gaps which we can potentially improve. So the preparation of, for example, an SDG recommendation report for the involved regions, describe the region sustainability actions which are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and propose potential following actions. So this could be some of the reports proposed and prepared by the researchers of the observatory. This apparently means that the researchers of the observatory should be in a good collaboration with local authorities, regional cities authorities. Okay, and this is also useful for the local authorities as well, because they can actually demonstrate their progress and how much they're achieving, how much of the goals have been achieved by their own, let's say, cities/governments. And of course, by being able to monitor all these, the particular unit can create a data bank of case studies and relevant data and technical guidelines, providing framework for the engagement and monitoring of the sustainability development goals at the regional or national level. So monitoring is one part, but also the engagement of the other part, the stakeholders, is also very, very important, not always easy. Not mentioning also that through this process, it's also potentially easier or to, let's say, copy good practices from the different areas where the analysis is taking place. Now, then we have the unit of climate action, resource efficiency, and related social challenges. So this unit will be responsible for observing, registering, assessing, combining, and analyzing the latest available data relevant to climate action, sustainable use of resources in society regarding the countries participating in the observatory. So first, data should be able to collect it. On the one hand, analyze it, but also as part of these unit is also to develop potential methodologies as part of the academic research where these could be improved. Okay, so make better inferences about how you could use the data. For example, the development of new techniques to further analyze the collected data, such as machine learning, for example, in order to get better insights, make better inferences, is also part of the research, the academic research, which should be performed by this particular unit. Okay, so see where we are, collect the data, evaluate existing techniques and methodologies, research methodologies, and then potentially also work towards the development of new tools, new methodological tools in order to further improve how you can make inferences from the data that you are able to collect. So these are regarding, of course, the climate action and resource efficiency and the effect of those on society. And the last unit of the Directorate of Research is related to the corporate social responsibility and sustainability. We clearly know that CSR is something very, very important nowadays. There is a lot of discussion, academic research, but also political discussions about this. Clearly, for the corporations, even if it seems that they have a more focus on shareholders, so people who actually own the company, it seems that there is a shift. We have very significant amount of money from the funds searching for ESG data and integrating ESG scores in their multi-factor models, where they utilize these models in order to make investments. And we're talking about billions, hundreds of billions of euros, dollars invested based on these criteria. Okay, environmental, social, and governance. So clearly, this is relevant for the companies, and it has been proven academically and through academic research that ESG criteria clearly in the long run create value for the companies and the shareholders. Okay, and when we're talking value, we're talking about financial value as well. So the stock price goes up. Then we have the Directorate of Awareness Raising and Competence Building. Here, the idea is to make sure that people know what sustainable development is, people of the Black Sea area, but also we're talking about potential efforts to train people, educate people about the importance of sustainable growth. A good example is what we said before about the impact of CSR and ESG performance on a company's value. Okay, so the objectives of the Directorate could aim to build long-lasting strategic awareness, raising on sustainable development in the Black Sea region, promote the idea of sustainable regional as well as urban development, promote also the idea of transition processes towards a more sustainable economy, and also enhance through the awareness, as we say, the exchange of views and contribute to the knowledge transfer pertaining sustainable development among stakeholders, which they could be, as we said, regions, local authorities, students, academics, etc. So the unit responsible to enhance connectivity and exchange of views could actually be the unit of impact and connectivity. As I said, I want to torture you much more, so I'm just going to give you the main idea, the main purpose of its unit. The unit of competence building and awareness raising programming is going to focus more on how potentially researchers and academics involved in the research of these directors, but also members of the board, general directors, they can actually assist in the training of the stakeholders, potential stakeholders about these kind of issues. For example, we see here that this unit could be responsible for proposals regarding the strategy program to engage citizens towards sustainable growth. So people should actually know what sustainable growth is and why this is important. Okay, and how they can contribute towards the sustainable growth in their city, in their university, in their country. Okay. And of course, the last unit is the unit related to how the media can be managed. Clearly, when it comes to awareness, this is a very important aspect which we consider. So this unit should be responsible to establish and utilize several communication channels in order to make sure that the message is well transmitted towards all the towards the various stakeholders. Then we have the Directorate of Policy Analysis and Strategic Planning. So effectively, the objectives of this directorate could aim to, first of all, to see where we are in terms of policies and strategies, and perform interdisciplinary analysis of the existing strategic and policy framework. So we are here, the unit of policy analysis. So first we want to see where we are in terms of policies and strategies and make the analysis of that in order to identify potential existing gaps. And as long as we have done that, we can actually see how we integrate this analysis in the unit of strategic design, where by utilizing the existing information from, let's say, clearly these units are together under the Directorate of Policy Analysis and Strategic Planning because they have to work together. So here we see where we are, and the unit of strategic design is responsible to develop policy recommendation proposals. Okay, responding to the identified barriers and challenges already by the policy analysis performed previously. Okay, and these recommendations could be further, let's say, promoted even with a cooperation with the relevant authorities at the EU level, where this could be promoted, discussed, and presented and discussed with the EU authorities. So finally, this is like a Gantt chart with the responsibilities for its directorate of the observatory. So we can see the different units as well as the different tasks and functions which we designed that they should be performed. And we see that there are certain tasks which they are continuous. Okay, certain functions are continuous, but other like reports, they have different frequency, they're like quarterly or once a year or twice a year when we're talking about workshops, etc. Okay, as Eleni said before, I just wanted also to say that we work horizontally. So even if we have, each one has presented a particular part of this analysis, everyone has contributed here. So this is something that I just wanted to raise just before I finished my presentation. So thank you. Professor Theodosiou, I'm afraid that the screen is again yours.
Thank you, Alexandros. That was very, very nice and very analytical. I'm sure that everyone understood the concept and how this can work and can be implemented. We have a few minutes left before the end of this session. So I would like to open the floor for anyone who would like to make a question, pose a question, or make a comment. If someone would like to speak, please let us know. Grigoris?
I just want a short comment that I think that given the presentations we saw, it is obvious that the maturity level of the project of establishing and getting to function the observatory is pretty much high. So I really hope that also after the second workshop in Moscow and the final event, hopefully in October, we will be able to proceed with the next phase outside the specific project for the realization of the observatory.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Grigoris. Phoebe, good morning.
Good morning, nice to see you all. Very nice presentation. I wanted to ask Nikos and of course Sotiris, Alexandros, sorry, Alexandre. And of course, Alexandros, are you planning to in some way connect this observatory with the work that the Sustainable Development Report does under UN SDSN? Because it would be really beneficial, I think, for the report of the observatory, whatever report and whatever the the way it evolves, to be some sort of, in some way, connected, attached, be an appendix of the Sustainable Development Report. And because there are many SDGs reports now, one on cities, in addition to the Sustainable Development Report, which focuses on countries, there are others that focus on cities, others that focus on different spatial and organizational units. And I think it would be really interesting for whatever report comes from this observatory to, be part of that group. The profile, the ability for people to use it will be much greater.
Thank you, Phoebe. If I may start, I think this is the whole idea. I mean, our purpose, the purpose of the observatory, would be to assist better representation of the country's progress in the implementation of the SDGs, and this will be done by combining and providing information from one country to another, because it is obvious that no one can do this by its own. So the concept is to be able to move forward to a direction like the other regional reports, like the one coming from the Mediterranean, from SDSN Mediterranean, who provide a med report on the progress of the SDGs for some years now. And we also have with us Simone, and he will present the way they implement, the way they apply this concept to produce the med report in the second part, in the second session. Hello, Simone. Morning. So this is the whole idea, to provide, to assist the countries to better represent their progress in the implementation of the SDGs, and to have an overall view of this very, very wide area, covering the Balkans, the Black Sea, up to Azerbaijan in the Caspian, to provide a more comprehensive and holistic approach on the implementation of the SDGs.
Yeah, what we did in the European SDG, we've just selected out of the 161 targets, 115, and used those indicators for putting together the European report. And the European report, I think, would also be connected to the Black Sea report, because obviously there are countries that are that overlap, and the European report now tries to extend to countries in the Balkans and Eastern Europe and so on. So there might be some synergies there. So yes.
Exactly. The ideal would be to connect the Black Sea report with the European report and the Mediterranean report, so that we can all benefit from that. I'm sure that we will all benefit from that. Nikos Moussiopoulos.
Yes, thank you, Nico. What I would like to add to this very interesting discussion is that there will have to be coherence among the various countries. Of course, SDSN Black Sea will have to somehow follow what other countries, especially in Central, Northern Europe and maybe elsewhere, have already done, because, to my opinion, in order to increase the likelihood that such observatories will be financed, because we need, of course, to answer this question, how we'll be able then to find the funds necessary. It might be important also to think of the usefulness of the information which will be collected for various purposes, which are maybe complementary and not totally identical to what we are wishing to fulfill in our SDSN or SDSNs as a total. So to my opinion, following also the ideas that our Finnish friends told us, and which we might flow into the discussion in the second part of our summit today. I think that we should be aware of this important option that we think also of the news, for instance, in order to see the development of new green strategies, also in the energy sector. So all these situations request really data, which in most countries are at the moment not available. And if we succeed in getting this information in place, then it could be used also for other purposes. This only as an opinion of mine in this context. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikos. Also, Hanna Lappalainen, raise your hands. Hanna.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello from Helsinki. Yes. Thank you for the very interesting presentations. And I think there were two types of presentations, this kind of overview analysis of United Nations Sustainable Goals and country perspectives. But on the other hand, also, I already saw very interesting presentations from the financial point of this kind of system, and also from the organizational point of this kind of system, which we are aiming for. And I just want to say that University of Helsinki is very interested in and excited to contribute this kind of concept development of the coordinated networks, which could respond to United Nations goals and also the needs at the regional and country basis. So I think that, yes, I'm looking for the panel discussion and just want to thank you for the presentations.
Well, thank you, Hanna. We also count on your support and cooperation because this is a common goal, and we can use all the experience we can get. And we also have Alexander Gorlik, who also like to add something.
Yes. Thank you. My question is very pragmatic, if you wish. I'd like to hear from Professor Tsarouchis and probably from Pavel Stroev from the Financial University. A brief comment. Since the project, the feasibility study has entered its final stage, it's in the final weeks of its existence, as a matter of fact, I'd like to hear from you about fine-tuned schedule of the last remaining events, what you call dissemination events, and how you are going to draw a line under the project as such. Thank you.
Pavel, would you like me to start with, or yeah?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yes. According also to the proposal that has been submitted at the beginning, we will realize two workshops. The one is today, the other one will be in 2 days. Pavel will tell us perhaps a few more detailed information about that, and it will be hosted by the other partner of the consortium, the Financial University, and the government of the Russian Federation. In the second workshop, there will be, as far as I know, also physical presence, at least from the people who will be present in Moscow. So it will be in a hybrid form realized. The intention was also, as it is the case from the participants, besides addressing the invitation to the whole of the community of SDSN and various colleagues with whom we collaborate, also to have a specific orientation. So our workshop was oriented to cover the needs for information of our stakeholders from the countries which we look in more details, and we recorded their activities with respect to measuring the SDGs in more details. And analogously, also our colleagues from Russia will do the same in their workshop for the countries that for which they were especially responsible to study the way how they respond and measure and report the SDGs performances. Now, with respect to the final event, there is an ongoing still discussion. The idea is of hosting in hybrid at least form in the premises of BSEC in Istanbul. And actually, in our discussion we had with the leadership of BSEC, but also with the donor side, was that we would like perhaps to make use of the days where the meeting of the ministers of foreign affairs will be in Istanbul, in order to have it as a separate autonomous event, yet organized in the frame of this wider meeting and event. We don't have a precise and final decision about that, because as you can understand, it has to do also with the special circumstances of the ongoing still pandemic. We hope that the next days we will be able to announce it and to be precise about this. Also, I would like to mention as well that there is an additional dissemination activity which will be on the 20th of September. Charis knows more about that. There is the ICSD 2021 conference, where we submitted a paper which represents the results more or less of the feasibility study, and this will be also presented there. Finally, I would like to say that our intention through all these dissemination activities is to contribute so that the content of the feasibility study will be well known in the academic community, in the community of political stakeholders who could support the realization of the establishment and the realization of the observatory in the very next future. Thank you.
Pavel, would you like to add something on that, or?
Yes, sorry. As Grigoris said, we are currently preparing a workshop in Moscow, and we are waiting approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation and the Ministry of Finance of Russian Federation, because they wanted to participate in this workshop. So, of course, we will send detailed information, and we invite everyone to participate in this workshop too. And as Grigoris said, we discussed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the final event. They suggest to provide during the meeting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Istanbul. So I think we need to discuss it with Alexander, with you, for example, to make a best decision.
Okay, thank you very much. Alexander, you still have your hand raised. I'm not sure if you want something or if it's from your previous intervention. Okay. So I think we have concluded the first session of today's meeting, and we're just in time. I mean, it's incredible. We're exactly in time. This is not something very usual, especially in online events. And we can move forward to the second session, since all the panelists are here with us. As mentioned at the beginning, the second session, the title of the second session is Recording and Reporting the SDGs. We can understand that this is a very, very important issue. Both aspects of the title, both recording the SDGs and reporting the SDGs. We have an excellent panelists today with us. very important people, scientists and specialists on this subject. And I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful conversation and discussion on this topic. So without further ado, we can start, and I would like to start with Professor Phoebe Koundouri, if she's with us. I'm not sure. Yes, she's with us. Phoebe is a very, very good friend and an excellent colleague. She's a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business. But one of the many titles that she holds, two of the many titles she holds, is that she's the co-chair of SDSN Greece and the co-chair of SDSN Europe. And under your capacity, Phoebe, as one of the most active members of the global SDSN community, I would like to ask you to start this conversation on recording and reporting the SDGs, how difficult and how challenging this goal is.
Yes, thank you very much, Nikos. It's a huge pleasure always to work with you, your team, your colleagues, and trying to mobilize this sustainability transition that we set as our goal. I am sharing some slides, but the idea is just to showcase what we are doing and how important in all this effort is our ability to report and monitor and assess, and how this ability is really a very challenging interdisciplinary task that requires a lot of effort, a lot of resources in terms of time and money, but also further scientific investigations. So basically, my team works and in very close collaboration with SDSN Black Sea. It works between the Athens University of Economics and Business, the Research Laboratory on Socioeconomic and Environmental Sustainability, the Athena Research and Innovation Center on Information Technology, where I direct the Sustainable Development Unit and EIT Climate Kick, and then of course through SDSN, UN SDSN, I co-chair the European and the Greek hub. And the whole attempt is to try to make sense of how we are going to implement all these policies. So on 2015, we have the signature of the SDGs and the signature of the Paris Agreement. And since then, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network is producing a report which is called Sustainable Development Report. Let me go back here because I'm entering too fast. The Sustainable Development Report, and this is a report that uses the 17 SDGs, the 169 targets, and for each target, 3 to 6 or 7 indicators identifying the progress of each and every country with regards to the goals. So we have the 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 reports. And then we also have the Sustainable Development Report that is focusing in Europe, which I work very closely on because of my position as co-chair of SDSN Europe. Again, what we did is selected 115, as I said before, indicators in order to try to document the progress of each and every country. And within Europe, now we are expanding, as I said before, beyond Europe, countries like Albania, Balkan countries, and we also want to go beyond that. We do all this always with the agreement of the government of each country, and this is something that takes time to arrange. And we also want to make sure that every year or every year's report is under the auspices of the country that has the European presidency. So this is how we do it, and this is how we get funding for doing that. Now, it is quite important to know what is happening in Europe, because you know that Europe is a leadership example with regards to climate neutral and climate adaptation policies, together with biodiversity policies, considering that climate change and biodiversity loss are our major crises in this decade and beyond. And for more years than a decade. And these are combined, of course, with the pandemic crisis and the 2008 financial crisis. So a lot of crises are mounting up, and Europe is showing a leadership example through the European Green Deal, which focuses on climate neutrality, reduction of pollution, clean tech leadership of European companies, and leaving no one behind, so inclusiveness. Together with the response to the pandemic, which is in the spirit of the European Green Deal. So after this huge non-linearity of the pandemic, the European Commission stays within the spirit of the European Green Deal. All the money that go in the Next Generation EU, and especially the Recovery and Resilience Facility, amounting to 672.5 billion, all the money need to be invested in green and digital investments. So 37% climate neutrality to no significant harm, 20% digital. So we have the medium run responses to coronavirus, 750 billion. We have the European Green Deal, which amounts to, derives funding from the EU budget, around 1/4 of the EU budget, and an additional funding from EU ETS, together with the hope that we are going to leverage in public-private partnerships format up to 1 trillion. So the 1 trillion, the estimated 1 trillion of the European Green Deal and the 750 billion of the Recovery and Resilience Fund is what we need to make sense of in order to implement all this is that are coming along in 2021. And what are these policies? My slides want to go directly to European Green Deal, but I want to show you exactly why it is important to understand the performance with regards to the SDGs. So now 2021, we have already secured, let's say in Europe, the money, and we need the policies. Of course, the European Green Deal, when it was announced in 2019, end of 2019, it was announced with 9 accompanying policies. Now we need to make specific these policies, we need to draft each one of them, and we need to allocate funding for each one of them, allocate the budgets. So we have the European Climate Law, which is the first political agreement setting into law the objective for climate neutral EU by 2050, and for the increased ambition in reduction by 55% by 2030. Then we have the EU taxonomy, which is identifying explicit investments that are considered sustainable: climate mitigation, adaptation, protection of water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention, biodiversity. And with that, we have the proposal for a corporate sustainability reporting directive that is much more strict. It will be audited, it will be digitally tagged and integrated with the Capital Markets Union Action Plan of the Commission. And then we have delegated acts for fiduciary duties, investment and insurance advice. And together with this, we also have the Fit for 55 climate package. These are 13 legislative proposals having to do with ETS, with the revision of regulations with regards to effort sharing, to land use and land use change and forest regulation, carbon adjustment tax, renewable energy directive, energy taxation, forest strategy, directive with regards to the deployment of alternative fuels, and then all that has to do with mobility, cars, vans, aviation, shipping. So we have all these hectic policies, and we need to draft them and make them explicit and allocate funding to them. And this is not just happening in Europe, it also happens in the UK, that has an even more ambitious target for 2030, which is 68% reduction in greenhouse gas policies. And it also has an industrial policy that is green and digital. And not only happening in the UK, which is partly in Europe, although not officially anymore, it happens across the globe. We see many Green New Deals. We've seen the Biden summit putting together 82% of world carbon emissions, representing countries that represent the percentage, and they agreed to decarbonization. So we have all these policies on board, and what we need is some sort of measurement of how these countries are performing and what are the priority policies for each of these countries. And the priorities policies should be focused where the performance with regards to the respective SDG is not good enough, and consequently the budgets should be allocated according to the need to increase performance in specific areas by applying specific policies. And this again are the areas where we see weaknesses with regards to SDG performance. So you see that all the policy and budget allocation of governments and international bodies can be based on the respective performance of countries with regards to SDGs, and even regions within countries, cities, and so on. The mission of SDSN Europe, which has more than 400 members and 13 national and regional SDSNs, is to really work with the governments and the policy actors and bring science-driven help to shape sustainable and resilient Europe. And I'm co-chairing with Adolf and Angelo, Adolf Kloke-Lesch and Angelo Ricaponi, and Maria Cortez Bush is the vice president of all networks, with, of course, many managers, one of them joining us today, Simone Cresti. So one of the reports that is produced is the SDG Index and Monitoring Report for Europe. And this is the basis, this report is the basis for the work that we do as the European, as the UN SDSN Senior Working Group on the implementation of the European Green Deal. This is an attempt to bring together the SDGs with the European Green Deal. And let me just find the slides to show you very quickly why all that we suggest to the Commission as a European SDSN network is based on the report of SDGs performance, the European report. We try to showcase a sustainable implementation, joint implementation of the SDGs and the 9 policies of the European Green Deal. This is a senior working group led by Jeff and myself, and many others are involved, like Enel Foundation, the International Energy Agency, UCL, Fondazione Enrico De Mattei. And the idea is to bring together the SDGs, the European Green Deal, the European semester process, and the EU recovery plan in order to support policymakers with actionable strategies that can guide EU-wide and national economic recovery in line with Europe's overreaching sustainability agenda. So what we do here is that we cross-map the European Green Deal, the 9 different policies, biodiversity, farm to fork, which refers to sustainable food systems, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovating, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution, climate action, with the SDGs, and we go beyond that. We look into the text of the European Green Deal and the targets and the indicators that are used to report performance with regards to SDGs. We cross-map those, and we are now working in a much bigger group using machine learning approaches in order to identify the connection not just between the document of the European Green Deal, but the individual documents of the different policies within the European Green Deal and within the Fit for 55, 13 legislative proposals. Once we find the connections, and you can see there in green all the connections that exist, very few boxes are white, which means that, of course, the SDSN, the SDGs are a more holistic framework, but more or less they are a mirror image of what we want to do with regards to the European Green Deal. And then we try to map these two with the semester process recommendations. The semester process recommendations are recommendations that the Commission gives every 6 months to country members in order to align better with the macroeconomic European average performance. And this have to do with health care, fiscal policies, investments, taxation, social policies, and so on. So these recommendations basically, in principle, need to identify weaknesses of the countries and fields where each country has to invest resources and effort in order to make improvements. So what we do in this report is that we cross-map the SDG performance, this is Sweden, for example, and the weaknesses reported as European semester process recommendation, and we identify and we answer the question, is there alignment between what we find as low performance in SDG, the way we measure it as UN SDSN, and the weaknesses that the European Commission identifies as identified in the semester process recommendation? And we do this exercise and we find that there is 50% alignment in Sweden, 63% alignment in Germany, and 80% alignment in Greece. And overall, there is a 72% alignment. So what the European Commission sees are weaknesses are more or less aligned to a quite high percentage with what we identify as weaknesses in SDGs. And this is a good framework to allow us to identify which should be the priority policies in each and every country in order to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs And we find that overall Europe priority policies within those policies that are mentioned in the European Green Deal are the farm to fork, sustainable industry, elimination of pollution and climate action. And we also use this connection and priorities, identification of priorities to construct technological and investment pathways in order to assist the country to facilitate them to allocate budgets to these areas where more work is needed, and also sketch, identify explicit technological and financial pathways that will enable the transition. And obviously the main mobilizers of this transition, which need to be explicitly identified in detail in pathways, are renewables, circular economy, nature-based solutions, and of course, investment in adaptation, climate adaptation. In the report, we showcase pathways and roadmaps to pathways. I won't go in detail into that because I don't have enough time. But what is the main message is that we need a systems approach. We need to simultaneously address multiple objectives and promote the right mixture of policy instruments and technological solutions. And we need to base all these pathway sketching, which needs to be co-designed with all the stakeholders. This needs to be based with regards to initial conditions on some very explicit and as accurate as possible measurement of SDG performance and align this SDG performance with European Green Deal implementation performance. And in order to mobilize all this, of course, we need to be very careful with regards to the equity considerations. We know that the European Green Deal will produce 1 million new jobs in the energy and energy-related sectors, but these jobs will be for highly skilled and moderately skilled people. So we need a huge investment in upskilling and reskilling. And we also need to be aware of the fact that all these climate policies will have regressive effects on some parts of the population. So we need to think hard about mitigating these regressive effects. An exercise that we did in a general equilibrium, very detailed macroeconomic model, we identify measures that can allow us to mitigate the regressive effects on the vulnerable and at the same time achieve job creation, positive economic multipliers, and increase equality between the regions of Europe. And these measures consist of lump sum transfers, of targeted energy efficiency measures, job retraining programs, and subsidies for low carbon technologies. And you can see that with this kind of measure, you can have the climate policies implemented, and at the same time, you can have increased equity in Europe. You can see that the Gini coefficient, which showcases inequality, is reduced in all regions of Europe. So what I try to say to showcase in this presentation is that first, it is important to measure the performance, and it is important to continuously invest in measuring this performance. It is important to base the pathways towards implementing jointly the SDGs and the European Green Deal on the measurements of the performance. It is important to take care of equity consideration and social effects. It is also important to take care of the financing. So in another presentation, maybe I will go through how we need to reconceptualize financing with regards to the European Investment Bank, to the European Central Bank, the national banks, but also national and international funding agencies. and also within the actual companies, how we need to convince them that those that change to becoming sustainable faster will be those that will be the most profitable, the most efficient, and the most successful. What we do in Europe is very closely related to what we do with the last Commission for COVID-19, which is global, but there, of course, we have the main issue that there is not so much fiscal space in developing countries, so we need solidarity there. We need to find international financial mechanisms to transfer money from one from the developed world to the global south. In closing this presentation, and I will leave my slides to go on showcasing the different projects that my group is leading or co-leading in different areas of the transition to sustainability. I want to say that in this year, we have four major policy summits. We have the COP26, virtual or not, or physical, it will happen. We have the Food Summit, we have the Biodiversity Summit, and we have the G20 meeting. What we need to make sure is that we identify sustainable transition pathways for our climate response, our nationally determined contributions in the COP. We need to identify sustainable food pathways, food system pathways, sustainable biodiversity pathways. We need to be alerted that these pathways globally need to be conceived in a systems approach. That is, we need to understand that the different systems coexist and influences each other, and so we need holistic pathways between the different systems. And finally, at G20, we need to make sure that we find a way to finance, both in the developed and developing world, all that is needed for social welfare. And what is needed is fair and adequate access to the health system, to good food, to education, to jobs, and to prosperity within a resilient environment. So we need to revise our tax systems and our international financial treaties towards that direction. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, Nikos.
Thank you, Phoebe. That was very, very interesting. All this information you shared with us was extremely interesting information. And I'm sure that you could continue speaking for hours in order to just give us a glimpse of all this amazing information. Unfortunately, we don't have all this time with us. So thank you again very much for sharing with us all that. Now I would like to stay in this perspective, and since you talked a lot about legislation and implementation and top-down approaches that we need to follow, I would like to ask our good friend and very strong supporter in all this, all the steps that we made until now, Ambassador Michael Christides, the former Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, to share with us his view as a diplomat who served all this very difficult and diverse wide area, the wider Black Sea area, to share with us his view on how we can process and progress in this direction of trying to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Ambassador?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Theodosiou, dear Nikos. First of all, allow me to thank you for inviting me to this very, very important meeting. and of course congratulate because it's a very timely event. As you understand, it's not only the force of habit, but it is also the satisfaction that I feel that this project we have discussed so many months back, how to fund the feasibility study for establishing an observatory in the Black Sea region, in the wider Black Sea region, has come to a very, very successful, let me say, intermediate end, because from what we heard during the first part of this meeting, it is really impressive, the work that has been done. Today, we know how you should be proceeding in order to promote the establishment of this observatory. We heard how necessary this observatory is in this region, because the region seems to be lagging behind in what concerns the implementation of the SDGs. So to tell you the truth, I'm very happy and I'm very thankful to you for letting me know all about this, let me say, successful promotion and these events that have taken place. As you very well know, it was an idea that came forward. I'm very, very glad and thankful to the donor of this Black Sea Project Promotion Facility, which is the Russian Federation, and of course to the steering committee of the facility, which agreed to finance this project. We worked so hard for this with the previous rector, Professor Mitkas, with Professor Tsarouchis, with you, Nicolas, with Nicolas Moussiopoulos, and many others. So, and of course, I think we should all be very happy because from the initial intervention of the Secretary General of BSEC, Ambassador Komanescu, we heard that this vital and lively involvement of the BSEC organization in promoting the implementation of the observatory will continue, perhaps even with greater force. Let me say that what actually has to be done, we already discussed it. It's not only the workshops, it's not only the direct contact with every member state, it is not only the meetings that you plan to organize in BSEC headquarters in Istanbul. It is, for me, establishing a so-called, let me say, trusted connectivity among the member states of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. And this trusted connectivity is really a very important, a huge factor especially in the region, because we all know that unfortunately this region is becoming sometimes a focal point of conflict, of bilateral problems and issues, some of them very, very important. So in order to establish the observatory, we have to promote this trusted connectivity in almost every sector. And this, for me, is perhaps one of the greatest added value in this project. Now, as you very well know, I am not a specialist. So I am approaching the very important issue of the implementation of the SDGs, let me say, in a very schematic, simple way. It has been said even before, we have to change the way of our lives. Why? Because we are confronted for many now decades with a problem of the finite natural resources on our planet. And this challenge becomes even more acute by the rapidly increasing world population, by the climate change and all other changes that we see, we feel, we suffer from them, not only in recent years. So how do we achieve this change? This is really very, very difficult. And how can we achieve this change in an effective and especially in a fair way? Because I say this because the riches and the natural resources of our planet belong every day to a smaller percentage or number of states and individuals. So we have to be very careful in how we proceed in convincing the people, the governments, in changing the way of life. And of course, what is very, very important is that academics, you have a vital role to play in this effort in order to help politicians formulate and endorse the necessary policies. This has been done or is being done in certain areas of our world, in others it's lagging behind. We shouldn't leave anybody behind. We should work all together in order to achieve this, let me say, aim, this objective. So and it's obvious that in this effort, the most important resource is data, is the collection and the consideration of the data. So in this effort, the observatory that we hope you will be able to establish has a very, very vital role to play for the region. I'm coming back, of course, to the Black Sea Economic Cooperation region and to the participation of all 13 members of this organization. I'm sure the International Secretariat in Istanbul will play a great role in convincing the member states to get actively involved in this effort, in this endeavor. So from my point of view, I would like to wish you success in your efforts to establish this observatory, because the exercise you have embarked in is very, very important. And we have to keep the timetable that we have placed to ourselves. And perhaps we should even try to act faster than we originally planned. So with these very few simple remarks from a non-specialist, I wish also to confirm that from my viewpoint, and if there is anything I could do in order to further facilitate the effort we started together, I'm at your complete disposal. So congratulations again on this initiative and all the best in your today's and future endeavors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share these simple thoughts with you and with the very distinguished speakers you were able to gather around this digital round table, which I believe will come up with very important suggestions which we will have to follow and implement. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for your participation today at this round table. As you say, a non-specialist, don't think that you're a non-specialist, but thank you very much. And thank you very much for your support. I mean, we wouldn't have been here presenting this, the outcomes of this report. There wouldn't be even a project, a report, if we didn't have your support. So thank you again for your continued support, and we will call you for your support in the future as well. But I would like now to call Dr. Hanna Lappalainen from the University of Helsinki. I'm sure that she has a lot of interesting information to share with us on recording and reporting the SDGs. So please, Hanna, can you share with us your thoughts and experience?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I share the screen? I would like to show some slides also.
I think you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, you can see my slides.
Yes, thank you. Great.
Yeah. So I'm very happy to contribute this discussion, and I will now introduce some aspects we from the University of Helsinki could bring to this table and this concept designing of the network. So in Helsinki and at the University of Helsinki, we have developed this kind of stations measuring Earth surface atmosphere relations. And it's an in situ station proof of concept. And I think that it could be a very good tool to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And this kind of proof of concept station provides continuous and comprehensive environmental measurements and information from local to global scales. And we have been discussing quite a lot, meeting these grand challenges like climate change and air pollution, but in these United Nations Sustainable Goals are now, I would say, give also this kind of global scale framework. But there is no difference when we are discussing climate change or United Nations goals. I think we are in a way discussing a bit different wording, but the similar issues. So the concept I'm representing is based on the experience at the university operating the SMER station network in Finland more than 20 years. And during this time of period, we have produced, I think the correct number today is something like 3,000 scientific peer-reviewed publications, which 45 them published in Nature and Science. And we have obtained 15 European Research Council grants. So I think these are nice indicators of the successful measurement concept we have developed. And it's for the core idea of this is the comprehensive analysis of atmosphere biosphere interactions. And this whole idea and proof of concept originates from the work of academician Markku Kulmala and his colleague Professor Pertti Harjan, started already in 1986. And what is this SMER concept? So it's science-based. It provides science-based independent data on quality of the environment, and it has a capacity for monitoring regional and long-range transpollution, transboundary pollution transport. And with the data, we can quantify budget of greenhouse gases, sinks and source, and the development over time. I think this is something in a very core of the climate actions, one of the sustainability goals. And our flagship station is located in Boreal Forest Zone. So we have been, our data especially is providing information on ecosystem processes and water use efficiency, photosynthesis and carbon allocation. But also which has been really where we have been made scientific breakthroughs, and especially academician Markku Kulmala is the identification of particular pollutant sources and aerosols and their role in the climate system. The station is not only for the basic research and analyzing climate change most challenging questions and dynamics, but it can be also used for early warning systems and mechanisms for safe operation, like evacuation of, in the case of industrial accidents. And improved use of the existing infrastructure and intersocial resources by modernizing monitoring methodologies. So even though we are the university, we have made quite a lot concepting this type of measurement system also for the different stakeholders and end users. And at the moment, we are able to provide expert and consultant services and make designers measurement setups and solutions for different environments and for different use. And at the moment, I mentioned that we have carried out over 20 years of this kind of measurements, and we have stations in Finland. We have SMER1 stations in Finnish Lapland. Then we have urban station in Helsinki. Then we have in the middle of Finland SMER4 station in Puijo. We have also close collaboration with Estonian University and Tartu, and we have a measurement station in Estonia, Järviselja. Then we have actually two SMER-based MERS type of stations operating in China. The other one in Nanjing, and just recently opened station in Beijing. And I think this Beijing station is a very a successful story where we started from scratch and make this kind of comprehensive station in megacity environment, ready delivering data already after 18 months. But our flagship station is in Hyutiala in Finland, and there is the station concept. So we are able to measure over 1,200 different variables 24/7. And these measurements are standardized and based on a standardized European research infrastructures, ACTRIS for aerosols and trace gases, ICOS for greenhouse gases, and ANAE for ecosystems. And of course, we have, aside by these kind of measurements, we carry out also meteorological standardized measurements based on WMO standards. And in Hyutiala only, we measure different energy flows over and on the forest soil, lake surfaces, and peatlands. So there is a comprehensive measurements, a continuous comprehensive measurements going on all the time. And actually we are producing so-called big data on in situ measurements in this station. And here you can see some examples of the station concept and photographs from the station. So we have nicely equipped cottages and computer centers. And I was really interested to hear the presentation earlier today on the financial aspects of the station concept we are planning here. So the annual cost of this kind of station is over 5 million euro, or the minimum setup of this type of station. We have carried out these kind of measurements are on different environments, and we have nice showcases in megacity environment, as I already mentioned, this Beijing example. We have just recently started specified measurements on agricultural land. We call it smart agriculture concept. Then we have measurements in Arctic environments, especially the aerosol measurements. And we are collaborating with Cyprus Institute and establishing a new SMER type of station in Cyprus. Together with, we have a teaming project based on European Union funding, and we have also partners from Max Planck Institute and CNRS from France. So it is also very important to have a knowledge on the existing observation and measurement capacity on the country basis. But anyway, our concept is such that we can build on the existing stations, and give some supporting infrastructure so that the measurements would really answer the local and regional needs, meeting the sustainability goals, but also to meet them in the wider perspective. One important part of the station is, of course, and the core is the instruments and the selection of correct instrument setup. So, what are the critical variables needed for specific questions we would like to find answer, and all the services we would like to provide. We are also able to provide staff training for this kind of specific instrument setups and maintenance of the instrument, but also for comprehensive data analysis and understanding of the measurements. And what we are also very much addressing that how important is also the open data and data flows, so that if you would like to answer the questions on related to climate change and different interactions and feedbacks in the land ocean interfaces, so we need comprehensive data sets from various observation sites to be able to make this kind of feedback analysis. Here is perhaps our most impressive showcase. We have worked over 2 decades understanding the feedback loop in the boreal forest environment. And the basic idea is, and understanding is, that boreal forest produce biogenic volatile organic compounds when they are photosynthesizing, and these volatile organic compounds from the forest are the kind of initial components for aerosol formation and cloud formation processes, and how we are quantified and try to understand how this kind of feedback loop is working, and how the increase of CO2 and temperature are affecting this kind of feedback loops. From the station setup point of view, we are able to identify and recommend the specific instrumentation and what you need and what variables you need to measure to get the understanding and quantification of this kind of feedback loops. This is very relevant information if we think about when our ministers are making mitigation plans, that we really understand this kind of large scale mechanisms taking place in our climate system. This showcase comes, well, it's very relevant in megacities environment where we have huge pollution amounts, and we have very much a long-term approach discovering how we call it, discovering the world below 3 nanometers. So the most smallest particles and how they grow in time, and what are the gas molecules and how they form clusters and increase in time. And we have also developed in Helsinki in our teams the actual measurement and instrumentation and have already 2 company spin-offs for this kind of instruments, which you can use detecting aerosol particles, not only in the atmosphere, but also from, for example, from the security point of view when you go to the airport and you have this kind of security protocol, and we have our instruments can be also used in this kind of very different context. So this is technology which can be applied in several places and purposes. And this example also comes from the air quality and how what kind of instrumentation we need for air quality. And Markku Kulmala has been very actively worked in China and analyzing this kind of megacity complex air pollution cocktail and how, for example, atmospheric boundary layer will affect the pollution levels, and how that it is not so straightforward just reduce certain components and pollution sources, that there might be another type of pollution cocktail taking place. So it's a very tricky and difficult and challenging task to analyze this megacity air pollution environment. And as I told you, that our flagship station and proof of concept stations is in Finland, located in a boreal forest environment, and that's why we have been also analyzing this carbon balance in very detailed in this kind of environments. And this carbon sink source discussion is, I think it's quite a hot topic at the moment, and also it's important for various regions and environments how we can support and increase the carbon sink in different environments. But it's as important that we are able to measure and quantify our actions in practice. And this, to do this, we have also defined instrument setups and protocols how to do that. These were more like examples of comprehensive measurements, but just recently Professor Petäjä from our group has been very active thinking about also from the service point of view. And here is one example how we could use this kind of comprehensive big in situ data also for the service development for very various kind of purposes, but also linked to this United Nations sustainable goals. And here is one example from the Arctic region on Mercury, and how important it would be provide annual Arctic ocean biota mercury level forecasts. And these kind of things would be, we also need to keep also in mind that when we start different services, we need to do it in a co-designing manner. And in this case, the relevant stakeholders would be health institutes, fisheries, World Health Organizations, academicians, etc. And this is just one example. I have another example also from the Arctic region, for example, for the reindeer pilot service, that how we can utilize satellite data together with the in-situ data and together with models and get a nice service products on snow, soil, meteorological conditions, and these kind of things, which are very relevant for this kind of reindeer herding aspects. And I think many of the services can be also linked as practical examples for the United Nations sustainability goals. So it's not only about the data analysis, but also about the services for citizens and regional purposes. I was very excited to hear about in previous presentations kind of idea that there would be from the financial aspects and also from the organizational point of view, your first ideas of this kind of observatory. And here is just an example that we have really thought also our concept from the customer point of view, what kind of process we would, or customer journey we would like to go also in this context, and that also showing that we are organized and that if things start going on, that we have this kind of readiness and concept also for establishing not only one site but also for the whole network. I think that was all what I was planning to say and bring into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All this is amazing. Thank you and congratulations for the excellent work you're doing. This was really amazing. Thank you. I would like to ask our colleague, Professor Moussiopoulos, to share with us his thoughts and experience. Nicolas, professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering of our university, but most of all, he's the backbone of SDSN Black Sea as an active member of the Leadership Council. Nicolas?
Thank you very much, Nico, and I'm very pleased that just Hanna presented what could be the best possible introduction to what I would like to add to the discussion regarding the implications for urban areas. She touched, of course, the mega city issue, but I can imagine that not only the very large cities like Beijing or Istanbul need such observatories. I believe that larger cities like Thessaloniki, of course Athens, should also have all the information necessary, well organized, especially because several SDGs are touched, and because we have now really a revolution regarding the sources of this information. It's not only satellites, it's not only aircraft, it's primarily, in the meantime, millions of sensors, I would say. And of course, ground truth is very important. We need very precise instrumentation in order that we can really evaluate what all this flood of data can mean for science, for policy making. So what I wanted to do is to more or less tell you that actually as late as in 2006, the communities dealing with climate, not climate change, climate, weather forecasts and air quality were not working together. They were very, very fractionated. And it was only thanks to FP7 project, where I had the pleasure to be one of the board members, brought the communities together, simply because most of the information which is important for each of these three topics is important also for the other topics. Of course, there are different approaches which we follow for air quality compared to what the climate researchers do, and there are certainly different objectives that the weather forecast people are following, but nevertheless, the most of the information can be shared, and exactly this is the reason that we continued dealing with such information like the one you see here, and the interrelations are really very complex. Of course, I have no time to go into any details on this, but what you can identify from this slide is that the greenhouse gases are very important also for air quality, and that chemistry, which was primarily the topic that Hanna covered, has to be seen also together with the dynamics in an urban airshed. What I mean by that is that, of course, we have cities in various, mostly complex geographical areas where the situation, of course, depends strongly on such circulation systems. You see examples plotted here, and therefore these circulation systems define also the intensity of what is very well known as the urban heat island. And the urban heat island is in the meantime very well known to intensify with the change in climate. For all these reasons, all the information that we will have to cover in such observatories for larger urban areas will be of paramount importance, both for city planning in the future, for sustainable mobility, of course, to have an opinion on how air quality will change, simply because these non-linearities affect really air quality, and in spite of the technological progress, it is not trivial to have better air quality as time proceeds. So, and another nice slide I would like to show is the one which I took from a presentation of my friend Valérie Masson from France, showing, of course, the main processes which are quite important, which are lead to this urban heat island. And you can imagine that all this information should be well organized in any observatory that a large urban area would install. And of course, several would spend hours telling you, because this is actually what we're doing to some extent in our laboratory, things that are very important as case studies, if you want, using the information which should be organized in such observatories. The dust episodes. Greece, for instance, suffers in several periods of the year under the Saharan dust episodes. Cyprus, of course, as well. We know this because we installed the official system of air quality management for the whole island of Cyprus. And we always have the problem that we have to import information on Saharan dust from any systems operating the weather forecast. And therefore, an observatory would be here an excellent instrument in order that we have, of course, very nice organization of all information necessary in order to understand the implications of such episodes. And Beijing was, of course, mentioned already by Hanna, and Beijing is only one of the examples. There are other cities suffering under extreme pollution. I can imagine, and maybe Ambassador Mike Christides could confirm this, that Istanbul is another city with very, very difficult situations. In Greece, Athens is in the meantime not as much affected as in previous times, but of course there are some pollutants that still cause headaches, and for this reason an observatory would be of importance in order to understand the reasons and to find ways to abate air pollution and improve air quality. If you want to see in some more detail the interactions between meteorology and chemistry, this is something that I was also active in cost action, which defined here these interactions. It is really a huge story, and you see also all the topics that have to be covered also in such an observatory. And in the representation in the upper right corner, you see, of course, the importance of the individual interactions. And as you can imagine, what is termed here CWF, which is chemical weather forecast. So the more or less predicting air quality for maybe the next day. There we have quite important interactions which have to be understood, and we can never understand these interactions if you don't have the data you need in order to quantify them. So again, these things are important from the scientific point of view, but also if you want to have practical tools like these forecasting tools, then you really have to have a good understanding also in the tools, the models that usually are applied for such forecasting. And therefore, it's very crucial that such an observatory provides the information that one has to apply for the practical applications. And as Marco Kulmala was mentioned twice or three times by Hanna, I would like also to mention him because in one of his recent Nature articles, he wrote on the importance of collaborating with various other bodies. And as we are in present times working very closely together with many colleagues in the Global Atmosphere Watch program of the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, on COVID issues, I would like to mention that the idea of such integrated global aerosol observing systems has been proposed, of course, also by GAW. And I can imagine that together with the colleagues who are active under these frameworks, we should find ways to combine strengths in order to implement such observatories in several urban areas around the globe. And of course, for us, as we are now with the head of the SDSN Black Sea, I believe that in the 12 countries of our network, there are several cities which would be very nice candidates for having such observatories installed. Not only, of course, to deal with the urban aspects, but of course, to answer also these questions, because we should not forget that about 60% or even more than 60% of the global population is living in cities. And if we want to work for better quality of life of humans, we should, of course, have in our top priority position also the situation in our urban areas. So this is all I wanted to say, and of course I'm very pleased to discuss with you in the remaining time afterwards, after we have the last presentation. Thank you, Nicolas, very much for giving me the chance to present these things in this very important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you for sharing with us. That was again very interesting, and it was a very good continuous connection with the previous presentation by Hanna. Our next speaker is Evgeniy Konishchev, the head of the project data analyst unit from the Financial University under the Russian government. Evgeniy?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to share with you some slides. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Yes, excellent. Our theme will be in continuation of our first section, and I would like to talk about the main features and difficulties that appeared when we collected it on SDG indicators. As our colleagues have already said that interest to our theme is quite high, and this they have, how can I say, popularity in expert and scientific community. So we decided to highlight the possible challenges that can appear in such topics and such researches. Moving to the next slide, first and the main point in it will be the sources of this. The work on a feasibility study, we have only one source that could provide us full information about SDG. In each country, it was the websites of the statistical authorities in each country. On the slide, you can see the screenshot from one of such sites where you can find the detailed information about SDGs in the countries, and in the process of collecting, we have faced such difficulty that many countries have different ways and different approaches to generate and publish the data, which further can complicate and make it more difficult to combine and systemize the whole data in one database, especially if you further want to realize the automated informational system which will operate with it in your database. Basically, all indicators was subdivided to the two large blocks. First block will be the United Nations indicators, which was formed by the UN, and national indicators, which are formed by each country, and their main aim to reflect the national specific in SDG statistics. Therefore, systemization and combination of it likely will be simplified by including the national indicators in the system of United Nations indicators to make one common estimation about some of SDG goals in chosen country. Further, the United Nations indicators will subdivide to implemented exploring and non-implemented. And one more difficulty in conducting database will be exploring indicators, which are already in monitoring, but there are no data that have been already collected. Therefore, you can include such indicators in your database, but for the year or a few years, you will have no data in them, which can also simplify the estimation of the region as a whole. As our colleagues have already highlighted these points, I will focus on the difficulties which follow from these conclusions. Studying the Black Sea regions, we found out that about 81% of all indicators coincide with the indicators formed by the UN. This demonstrates us that countries in the Black Sea region are it can be how can I say quite easy to systemize according to unit estimation of the SDG situation in the region itself. And but there are a few countries which have a large percent of the national indicators which can be included in the system or in the list of the United Nations indicators. In the result, such tendency can lead to final reports or final data can be less accurate than if there won't be such indicators and they all was coincided to the United Nations indicators. Yes, and finalizing using speech, we want to say that that forming the base on the basis of it in the Black Sea region will be and can face not so many difficulties, but in further studies and further researches, if our colleagues want to integrate our experience in their works, they should that they can face such challenges and such difficulties according to data collection and data systematization. If you have any questions according to such not a big topic, I will be glad to answer your questions and thank you for joining us today at this meeting.
Thank you, Evgeniy. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for pointing out the importance of data collection. Now it's a great pleasure to have with us the manager of SDSN Mediterranean, good friend Simone. SDSN Mediterranean publishes a report about the implementation and the progress of the implementation of the SDGs in the Mediterranean region for many years now, and he was kind enough to join us and share some of his experience in this process. It will be very valuable for us if we want to proceed in a similar direction. Simone, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikos, for this invitation to this really interesting summit. And also I want to say hello also to the SDSN friends, Phoebe and all the others, chairs that I see here and are joined to this event. Let me bring to you also the greetings from Angelo Riccaboni, Professor Riccaboni, who is the chair of SDSN, who today is invited in another meeting here in Italy. Yes, a first introduction of SDSN Mediterranean. We are the regional network of SDSN, and we count more than 80 partners, members, universities, research centers, NGOs, and foundations among the members, coming from almost all the countries of the Mediterranean regions. So together with, of course, all the other national networks of SDSN and also to SDSN Black Sea, we try to accelerate the sustainability of the region and to provide experience, science-based information, and also useful tools for all the different targets and stakeholders that together with us contribute to the transformation of the region towards a more sustainable model. Talking about tools, I want to briefly present, very briefly present the report that as SDSN Mediterranean, we are launching every year. We have been launching every year. The 2021 edition will be the third edition of our report, which is planned to be launched by the end of the year. We are working on the new edition, and so it's not ready at the moment. I want you to present the past edition, the 2020 edition. The purpose of I don't have a presentation for this, but I can briefly show the cover of the. Can you see it?
Yes. Now we
yes.
can see it.
Now, yes. Okay.
Simone, can you also share a link where people
yes,
can possibly find the...
Of course, I'm sharing it in the chat. Okay, this is the link where you can download the report. So the purpose of this report is to provide a useful tool for implementing policies at the regional and local level. As for the methodology that we used for drafting this report, we took data from the SDG Global Report by SDSN. So we work very closely with the units, the units of SDSN, global SDSN that work on the global report. We disaggregated and mapped the SDG scores of that report according to the SDG transformation framework. just to remind that this is a framework launched, theorized by Sachs and other authors in 2019 and published in the Nature journal. So once we have mapped the SDGs according to the sixth transformation for all the Mediterranean countries, we identify the main challenges for the region, and we recommend some policies according to a set of pre-theorized policies for implementing initiatives and projects to boost the sustainability in the Mediterranean regions. We analyze data and report data for 24 countries, organized and divided in 4 main areas: the West Mediterranean, East Mediterranean, Middle East, and North Africa. Of course, within this report, we ask to the main partners, both from the SDSN family, but also outside of the family, like, for example, the Union for Mediterranean or the UN Environmental Program Mediterranean Action Plan, 2 of our partners that are committed for sustainability Mediterranean to contribute by highlighting some good practices that those actors are involved in for the Mediterranean. So just to mention something, the report, the report by UNEP-MAP or the strategy for the sustainability in the Mediterranean by UFM are 2 of the many examples that we can find within the report. As I said, we are working for a new edition. I also want to offer the complete availability to collaborate, as if I'm not wrong, Phoebe was suggesting, collaborating to an edition which is integrated together with other reports on the Mediterranean, which could be the report from SDSN Black Sea, for example, or other kind of reports. So we are really open to other kind of collaboration in order to create synergies for between these members. The last point that I want to stress is the fact that I strongly agree on the importance of measuring and investing in recording and reporting on the SDGs. But the other thing is that we think that we are expected to create useful tools for policymakers, for the private sector, for all the actors that want to act for implementing the SDGs, useful for understanding the numbers, understanding the data that we provide with our report. It's not an easy task to take a table, to read a lot of numbers, percentages, and to look at pictures or maps and immediately understand which is the best solution for boosting and accelerating the transition of the region. So we need to provide useful tools that also suggest policies and solutions ready to be applied at the local level. I stop here, and I thank you again very much for the attention and for the invitation to this event. Congratulations for the initiative.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you very much. We will definitely need your experience and your cooperation if we are going to move to a Black Sea, an SDSN Black Sea report. The report, SDSN Mediterranean, is an excellent report, and I think it would be very, very important if we manage to produce a report similar to the report of SDSN Mediterranean. So we will definitely need your collaboration on such an option. We also have common countries within our regional networks, so it will be easy to start from there, from the common countries, and then extend and expand the collection and evaluation of data to the other countries of our network. So we will be in touch, and we will definitely cooperate in this such a challenge. I would like to thank everyone for the participation. We are now reaching the end of this webinar, and I would like again to call anyone who has any questions or remarks. Please have the floor and comment or ask whatever you think you need to know about the topics that we discussed today.
Nico, I just wanted to make the point to Nikos Moussiopoulos that there is this Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center initiative on extreme heat in cities, putting effort on two angles, one on awareness and the fact that heat kills more people than any other climate-related extreme weather event across the globe, and basically has awareness material for many cities around the world. And then we are also investing on naming heat waves, and then translating the effect of heat waves in monetary terms on the society, different aspects of the society, economy, health, environment, and so on. And I think his work could be very relevant, is very relevant, and maybe we should make the connection there.
Thank you, Phoebe. I fully agree, and I believe this is something that we could discuss when we will come to the next phase of defining and implementing maybe even the observatory. So it's important, and I can imagine that us, our Finnish colleagues are working on Cyprus and on a site. I don't know, I didn't know that in detail, although I knew that they had contacts with the Cyprus Institute. Maybe we should include them in the discussion, because this might be an important aspect for them as well. Thank you.
The Observatory of Athens is also involved, the National Observatory, and maybe we should bring together the different researchers. We should get together and discuss.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the panelists? So, Grigoris, would you like to start with some final comments and conclusions?
Yes, this is always the most difficult part. However, I think that first of all, we have to be really satisfied for the realization of the second Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit, because on the one hand, it took over the responsibility of promoting a very important prospect and project of realizing now, not studying, but realizing now the feasibility, the observatory for the SDGs. Secondly, it is important that we have a second in a row repeating of the summit on an annual basis, and I think that this is important for Thessaloniki as a city and for the northern part of Greece, but not only, given the relationships that we can establish and we have established with the wider region. Thirdly, especially from the second part of today's meeting, I would like to draw a more general conclusion, which is resulting out of the things that we have heard. And the general conclusion for me is that we are witnessing in our times a continuously opening of a gap between our possibilities and the problems that we are facing as a humanity in all sub-aspects of the three main dimensions of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. It seems to be that technologically, but also economically, socially, we are in a phase where our possibilities are increasing, are multiplied, are getting more intense and more effective. But there is still a rising huge gap between our possibilities as a humanity and the way how the problems evolve, the problems of sustainability. And thereby, I think that the contribution of the observatory in this direction, trying to close this gap and to contribute into utilizing our possibilities in the right direction will be very important. Just a small, only additional operative remark. I think that we should make use of all the presentations in the frame of SDSN Black Sea and to upload it as soon as possible, and to, if the authors and the contributors agree with that, so that the content of the whole event will be available to as many as possible in the next days and future.
Thank you, Grigoris, and just a couple of remarks from myself as well, just to emphasize on what Grigoris just said and his final remark. We would love to have your presentations if you consider them that they don't contain any information that is restricted, or if for any other reason you think that the presentations should be public. I think it would be very interesting for people, either for people who participated today or for people who for any reason they couldn't join us today. They could have this information, and also they will have the opportunity to see the video recording of the summit as well. It was really satisfying to reach the end of this summit today. I think, in our opinion at least, it was a successful one. I hope you also found it interesting and you enjoyed your time spent here today with us. We really hope that the third Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit will be held actually in Thessaloniki in person, and it will be much more fruitful. And since the weather is still very good in Greece, we will take advantage of hosting all our colleagues from the Black Sea area to Thessaloniki and continue our discussions over a cup of coffee near the beach or something else. It was really very interesting. I mean, both parts were very interesting. The first part, the first session on the feasibility study. We don't think that this is the end. This is just a step that we completed in this process. We will use the outcomes of the feasibility study to pursue the next steps, the most important steps, which are the actual implementation of the observatory. So we count on the support and the collaboration of everyone to try to pursue the next steps. And we will always keep in mind all the challenges that were emphasized during the second session on recording and reporting the SDGs, because this is what the observatory needs to do, to record, to gather, to collect the information that is needed to identify the indices that characterize the SDGs, and then to report, not just for reporting, but for disseminating, informing people, informing stakeholders, informing governments, informing the people about the process of the implementation of the SDGs, because this is our common future, and we all need to be successful in this common cause. Thank you again very much. Nicolas, would you like to add something as well?
No, I have nothing to add. I was very pleased to hear all the very interesting contributions, and I was also very satisfied with the final presentation of the project. Hopefully we will be able to continue. It's the only thing I would like to add.
Yes, okay. Pavel?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for the organization, for this interesting discussion. I also hope to continue to discuss about this interesting and I think very important topic. And I also invite you to workshop in Moscow, also in digital way. Yes. And I hope in a personal way in future.
Right. Okay.
Yes, okay. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here with us, for joining. Thank you all the contributors who presented their work today, and the task force for their work and their presentations. Thank you all the panelists for sharing with us your thoughts and ideas and experience, especially in the second part on the roundtable discussion. And we will definitely be in touch and continue to collaborate, or even extend our collaboration in the next steps. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All the best.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.